this complete walkthrough, we are going to create an app together, and in this app we will be able to collect emails, so to record subscribers, to also give the opportunity to the subscribers to unsubscribe. We will be able to create campaigns, and also we will integrate a full email editor that will help us to create email to send to all our subscribers. Also, this is going to be the first part of the course. The second part is going to come later. Please subscribe because 80% of my viewers are not subscribed. This is the only reward I get, so thank you very much in advance. If you are ready, let's go, let's begin this course right now. The first step is to set up our whole application, and here we're gonna start by creating a create next app latest with TypeScript and everything that is around. Okay, once it's done, once I have installed my first Next.js 14 application, whatever the configuration you would like to have, we are going to add more packages to it right away. The first package that I want to add, it's date.js. With date.js, I'm going to work with the dates. I'm going to add also numeral, because with numeral, probably I'm going to have some numbers and I will be able to change the numbers format when I want. Also, now I'm going to add resend, because resend is going to be used to send all the email. And the latest is going to be Supabase / and here we should use the Supabase.js. On the official documentation, we can see up here that we want to install this client. So I'm just going to copy paste this one specifically. Probably later we're gonna add other clients from Supabase to use with the authentication, etc, etc. So I'm going to type enter and install all of that. A last package that I forgot, it's Sass. I'm going to use Sass all along this course. Okay, for now I am ready. I'm going to launch the application and I'm going to look at it. I'm going to clean all the files that I don't want to have, that I have from the start when I create a Next.js 14 application. All right, my application is running. I'm coming back here to the source folder and I'm going to close this. To the page here, I have a full page, a full home page that I'm going to return here, and I'm just going to put a div, and it's going to be a div with home, and it's going to be empty for now. So I clean this. I'm going to go to the layout, and on the layout, I'm going to remove the CSS that I have. I'm going to remove also the metadata that I don't want for now. And on the body, I'm going to remove this. Here, I'm going to put hello world simply. And I'm going to come back here, and the global.css here, I'm going to remove everything except my import from Tailwind, because I'm going to use Tailwind. And here, instead of CSS, it's going to be SCSS. So my SCSS file is going to be here. I'm going to come back, and at the top here I'm going to import back. Actually, I removed it. Back in my app, I can see that everything is empty. I can start to work on my application. I can start to build everything. One of the first tricks that I want to show you is to create a makefile. What is a makefile? A makefile is a file that helps you to use make and to create actually shortcuts for some commands. So here I'm going to open my terminal, I'm going to stop, and I'm going to type touch makefile. All right, and then when it's done, I can relaunch my application. When it's done here, I'm going to create some shortcuts to do operations directly from the terminal. So the first shortcut that I want to create, and I use it all the time, it's a command called gt. So every time I'm going to type make gt, it's going to actually trigger the actions that I'm writing now. So I'm going to type git add, and of course here you understood that it's going to be for GitHub when I'm going to push this project for you. So every time I'm going to type make gt, it's going to write immediately for me everything that is here: git add, git commit, git push origin, instead of writing all the time the same. Another command will be make gtc, and it can happen sometimes that we want to actually pull and just push the branch because we are not updated. And what we can use here is git pull with the flag noff. So it will help us to actually just push right away, push force. Be safe here, it's a bit touchy. don't use it all the time, but I give you this advice. Then I got make.gt. I want to call make.gt, so I'm going to call this. When I pull and I just don't follow what is on my branch, I push everything that I have here and everything is gone. Okay. Another one that I want to do is make GM, which actually will help me to check out main and to git pull and pull main to get the latest version of main. And the last one that I'm going to put here is make GM, and here I'm going to make checkout git checkout minus. Okay, this is another command that you often use. Probably here you can have this. So the make file will actually help you to directly write inside your terminal, and here I'm going to stop. If I type make gt here, it's going to write everything from here, and it's going to push directly to GitHub everything. And I don't need every time to type git add, etc., etc. To go on my GitHub account on Guillaume Duhan up here, you will see that I pushed my newsletter app, and you can find it here, all right? So if you got time, please go check this repository and add a star to it. It will be very nice, and you will be able to find all my work. So if I click on the branch right now, I got several different branches, and at every step of the course, I'm going to create a branch in order for you to follow the progression of the actual course. Now I want to talk about a resource that I'm using all the time to work on React on Next.js. This resource is called React Handbook. On reacthandbook.dev, you can find a lot of information about how to create an application with React, how to give it some architecture, what are the best practice, etc., etc. So I highly recommend you to go on this website. If you got some question or if you want to learn more, there's a lot of resources here. And I'm going to start by clicking on Project Standards, and we are going to take a look quickly at this architecture of the folder, because this is a question we ask very often. How do I structure my folder, right? So here it's about React. So on Next.js, there's some folders that we are not going to use, but it gives us a lot of information about how can I build my application clearly here in order for it to stay clean. So probably I will use some clean code or whatever, but also in order for me to get back to my app and to just clearly read where is the functionalities, where are the design parts, etc., etc. So here we've got a very good example. On the source folder here, we got actually everything inside. And we got an assets folder, a components folder, a config folder, etc., etc., the hooks, the lib, the providers. We are going to start this entire course actually to create all the functionality at first. Then I'm going to work on the design. This is a good way to just write everything at first, how the functionalities are going to work on the features, and then we're going to switch on the design. So here we can see that we've got a folder called types, and I'm going to use actually this architecture to create my entire project. Of course, some of the folders that are here will never end in my Next.js 14 application, because basically I don't need a roots folder and I probably don't need a stores folder, okay? So what I'm going to do, I'm not going to use roots, but I'm going to start with the types, and this is going to be the first step of our course. So I'm going to click here, I'm going to create a new folder at the source folder, and it's going to be a folder types. There we go. So we got our folder types, and at the root of my folder types, I'm going to create an index.ts. So here I'm clearly going to store every type inside one file, because my project is going to be light. There's not going to be a lot of features, a lot of complexity. So here I'm not creating a folder under types or a new file called .ts with every type name. I'm just going to do it on one file. It is time for us to write the types. So we are going to start with a very basic type that we are going to use everywhere, and we don't export it. It's going to stay in this file. It's going to be common fields. Common fields will be the common fields of every type that we are going to use all along this course. So here as an ID, I would have a string. It will be not mandatory, optional. And we're going to have a created at, which will be a date. And those two fields are going to be columns on all our Supabase table. Okay, now let's say that we are going to start by the type campaign. Okay, so we're gonna have a type campaign that we're gonna use everywhere else. Otherwise, we are going to have a type email because we are going to have some emails. We are going to have a type subscriber, of course. And finally, we are going to have a type user. Okay, all those fields, they are going to use common fields. So I can type here common fields. And actually here, I can't do it like this way. I have to type entirely common fields. And there we go. Okay, so let's start with campaign. Our campaign are going to have a name, of course, and it's going to be mandatory. And then the campaign also is going to need a from. So here, it's going to be string or undefined because our campaign are going to have a status. Either it's going to be a draft, either it's going to be active or inactive. And from here, we relate it to resend. Resend will need a from key to send the email. So we are going to use the keys of resend in here. So there's going to be a from, but there's going to be also a subject that would be, of course, of type string or undefined. There would be a user ID depending on if you want to have an application that you turn into a public application. So you have to relay the campaigns to a user. I'm going to use user ID. And there will be here, let's say, an email ID that would be string or undefined here. And depending on what you want to do, but you can put that here. It's not mandatory. We would need necessarily a from and a subject, of course. So we will be here like this. Okay, so now let's talk about the status. We're going to have here a status, and remember the status either is going to be draft or inactive or whatever. Okay, so here a lot of people are doing this, injecting directly inside the type here all the values that we could have. However, later we will need to have another reference because we would need to get all these status into our select component. So what we're going to do, we are going to create const that we are going to use, and here it's going to be campaign status array, okay? And this is where we are going to put our draft, then there will be send, then there will be archived, for instance. There we go. So you can't inject here campaign status array directly here. You need to create a type between. So here it's going to be a type campaign status, and it's going to be type of what? Campaign status array, and here we need to put number to loop into the position of the element. So here I can put campaign status and we see suddenly that we don't get any error. And there we go. We are going to do this for every type of status. So let's pass to the email. The email is going to have a title that would be a string. It would have a content that would be actually the content would be on HTML, and we would inject this HTML directly inside our editor. And on status, again, we would have email status. So we didn't create email status. We can go to the top here and type email status. And here we would need to update. So we're going to have here some status for the email. So either it's going to be a draft, either it's going to be completed. But to be honest, this one, it's not the most important. Let's pass now to the subscriber. And we will need an email, which would be a string. We will need an owner ID. And here, this is interesting because here we don't talk about a user ID, okay? We are not saying that a subscriber is owned by a user ID, because actually here, when we, in my opinion, when we call user here, we often relate to the current object, right? Even if, remember, we're going to have the ID from the command fields here on the top. Here, user ID doesn't mean a lot of things. What we would like to say is that it's a owner ID. It's probably better. And on the status, we're going to have a subscriber status that doesn't exist yet. So I'm going to type subscriber status. And here I'm going to pass the subscriber status array up here. And in the subscriber status, we're going to have active, inactive, and completed. So later, we would be able to get all those arrays here and to inject them into select component that will be able to update the status of our element inside the database. And finally, let's talk about the last one. Let's say that the user is going to have only an email as a string. All right, we wrote all the types. Now we are able to inject those types everywhere inside our application, as well as the status array that we can catch directly from anywhere. Now that we wrote the types, I want to create a new folder, and this folder is going to be lib. And in lib, I'm going to have different libraries pre-configured for the application, as it said here. But also, and I'm going to create the folder right away, I can have an utils.ts. And in this file, I'm going to have all the basic functions that could exist in any other project. So here, I don't have right now all the functions that I need, okay? At this step of the course, I already know that I'm going to have emails to validate. So basically here, it would be useless to show you how to write all these functions, to capitalize, or is that a number, or whatever. What I can do directly is to ask ChatGPT to create the function that I need for me. And when I ask ChatGPT to create a function to check if an email is valid, I directly have a function like this with the regex. And this is way faster than to write my own function. So here, this function is valid email, here is receiving an email, which could be a string, undefined, or null, and it's returning a boolean. If I don't get any email, it's going to return false. Otherwise, it's going to test here this regex. And we've got the all regex in here, right? So basically, and here it's a bit dumb because actually I can just return here the regex.test.email. We see that sometimes when ChatGPT is giving to us some response, we always have to check if it works. So basically, the first lesson that I want to teach you is that do not trust all the time ChatGPT. I mean, at this step of the course and this year in 2023 and 2024 surely also, you have to test the function that ChatGPT is going to give to you. Otherwise, if you don't want to write functions that you are going to use like this, you can use third-party libraries that are going to store these functions for you and to expose them for you. So in this lib folder, you are going to store all the functions and all the basic functions that could exist in another project. This is my definition. And in my opinion, this is why this utils.ts should exist. But also, you could have some other files where you could store some logic. And I give you an example. Probably here you could have a Firebase.ts, and for some reason you would like to store some Firebase utilities or some Firebase stuff. Here, be safe, it's not going to be about all the calls of Firebase, of course. It's going to be related to the client or whatever. It's time to create another folder, and this folder is going to be the hooks. So if you didn't do any React before, if you're new on Next.js, with the hooks actually, you can store functions that are reusable everywhere, but not only. So here I'm going to create a folder hooks, and in this folder hooks, I'm not going to store all the business logic at first. I'm going to start by something else. Let's write a hook together. I'm going to create a hook called useNavigation.ts. And use is a convention. In front of every hook, you should use like this. All right, so how does it look like? It looks like a function, okay, called useNavigation here, right now. And here, this function, at the end, it's going to return something. So we're going to call this function everywhere we need to, in order to not copy-paste the code all the time, right? So hooks are made for that. And what I want to do at first here is actually to return the router, because I'm going to have the router everywhere. So I'm going to call const here router, and I'm going to call useRouter from next navigation. Be safe, we are on Next.js 14, so here it's going to be next navigation. So here I got the router, and I can now return the router everywhere. So I avoid to write all the time useRouter and router everywhere this way. I can do the same for the params, and we're going to see that in some case it's not necessarily working, but here I'm going to just put it in here for now, because this is by doing mistakes that we understand. Then I can do the same for search params here, and I can use search params that help me to catch the queries. So params are for params, and here that will be for the queries. There we go. And I'm going to use the same for pass name, and this one is going to work. Use pass name. There we go. And we see on the top that we imported everything from Next Navigation, and I'm going to return my pass name just here, and we should be good. Okay, so here we see that this hook is going to help us to use the navigation. Again, some third libraries can do exactly the same. You install them and you don't need to write all of this yourself, but this is to show you a way to create a first hook. Okay, probably really often when I'm going to use the navigation, I'm going to have some states. And those states could be, is that open, is that closed? Is it active? Is it inactive, etc., etc. So why not using those states directly here? Let's say that we're going to have an open and set open, and I'm going to import, of course, user state from React, and by default, it's going to be on false. So here I can put directly that it's going to be a Boolean. And what I can do is to return open and set open. So I will be able to use these two elements everywhere inside the app and not to repeat in 20 files this same line, which is the line 5. Okay, then we're going to have also an active and set active, all right, which will be actually probably exactly the same. And let's say that it's going to be set active on, on false. There we go. But in this case here on set active, here we've got a Boolean, and it doesn't make any sense because normally it's going to be true or false if it's active or not, right? So here it's probably more a string, and here it's going to be an empty string. So probably it's going to be like a state. So I'm going to use a set active this way, and we're going to store here a state. I give you an example. Let's say that we've got actually 3 tabs, which will be tab 1, tab 2, and let's say tab 3. Okay? Well, here we are going to store tab 1 if tab 1 is active, so we're going to show tab 1, otherwise it's going to be tab 2, etc., etc. But here we can't determine all the types of the strings, actually all the strings, sorry, that would be contained in here in active, because in some pages it could change. This hook can be used in every project, because in every project we would need the router, we would need the params, the search param, the pass name, and some state. So this is a very useful one. Now let's create a hook that is related to the business logic, okay? So my business logic, we already talked about it. It's around emails. So I'm going to create a hook called useemails.ts, and here we should be good. What we want to do here is to create a hook that is going to handle all the logic of emails. So I'm going to export a const called useemails. Okay, and this function is going to return something. Okay, great. It's simply that I'm going to have a new email. Okay, so here I can put that, use state, and there we go. And this email, remember, we already created the type. So here I can return, of course, the email and the set email. And the type could be, of course, email. So we need to import the emails type actually from type. Here, if we type email, I got my type, and there we go. So we see directly that we've got a problem, because here, this object here needs some elements into it here, and as a title I'm going to put a new email, because this email here will probably be the draft that I'm going to use to create a new email. Later we can use it and set an email, okay, with all its existing parameters, but here we keep that. As a content I'm going to put an empty string, and as a status, so here I can put the email status array, and I can put the number 0, which is the draft. Back on React and Book, here I can see that I got another folder that is probably very interesting for me, which is providers. So our application will have a login screen, and when we log in, we arrive on the dashboard to check what campaigns we are, what are the subscribers, how many there are, we're gonna have an editor, etc., etc. So we need a context, because right now, if I go on my layout, here, anybody can access the app, and that's obviously something that I don't want. So what I want to do here is to create, either it's going to be a folder providers, either it's going to be a folder context. So here, I'm going to call it context. For me, it makes more sense. And this context is going to be an index.ts. So if you already watch my YouTube channel, I got a full course on how to create a context under Next.js 14. But here I'm going to do it again. So I'm going to first declare use client, because this context is going to be a component. And you already see that I made a mistake. If it's a component, actually, it's going to be an index.tsx, because I'm going to inject this context inside my layout. So I'm coming back in here, and we are going to do it in 3 steps. The first step is going to be to create an app context. I'm going to import the function create context from React, and here it's going to be by default on undefined. There we go. So we don't give a type right now to the app context. I will do it after. Okay, then I need to export a function, and this is going to be my provider, my wrapper. So I can call it app wrapper, and here I put capitalized letters for you to understand that this is not a function, but here it's actually my wrapper. And I'm gonna have actually as a parameter the children coming from React and React node that we've got there. Okay, so this app wrapper is going to receive here on my app, on the layout, my children that I got there. Okay. Okay, so we got the wrapper, and what I want to do, actually, I want to return the children at the end. But of course, if I do that, it's completely useless. We are not wrapping anything. What we want to do, we want to wrap our app context, which is up here. This is the context that we pass, and we need to specify here that it's going to be a provider. This is why on React Handbook we talk about providers. Okay, and here we see that we've got a problem. We are going to see that after, and I'm putting here my children. Okay, on my app context.provider, we see that we miss something. We miss to pass a property value. So here on the value, I need to pass something. I just pass this empty element for now, this empty object, and what do I am going to pass actually to the whole application? Well, we can already talk about passing a user. So I'm going to start with a user, and here I'm going to have a user state. That would be actually on undefined. At first, if there is no user, it's going to be undefined. So this user is going to look like the user type that we already got. However, and here, user state, we need to import user state from React, of course. However, here we've got an error because we can't assign undefined to a type user. And if we come back and if we go down, user must have a dark mode, an email, etc., etc. So what I need to specify here is to say, hey, either it's going to be a user, either it's going to be undefined. Right. So after that, what I want to do is to pass as a value my user. And here we see that we've got an error. And this error is coming from the create context here on the top. I need to put an any type for now because I don't know how it's going to look like. However, I can already write here my interface app context that will look like this with a user which will be here type user or undefined. So I can put here exactly what I have in here. When it's done, I can say either it's going to be my app context, either it's going to be on undefined. There we go. So here we don't get any error at all. The last step that I need to do here is to export my function which it's going to be like my hook for the whole project, use app context. And use app context, it's going to return another function that is going to be use context coming from React. And this use context is going to use the app context. So I will be able to call everywhere into my app, exactly like the hooks, this use app context to get my user, which is here. But this is not enough. Here at this step, I need to also export, for instance, my Supabase instance. I could export some elements that I need to work with. But this is not only what I want to do. What I would like to do is also to just don't hide the application when we fetch the current user. So we are going to initiate this process in here, and we are going to come back to it later. But I definitely need a const loading and set loading in here, which will be a user state, okay, Boolean, and here it's going to be on false by default. Right. And we will be able to hide the app when we will fetch the user. And of course, we need to fetch the user. So instead of putting the use fetch user inside a hook, that could be a use user, for instance, I'm going to do it directly inside here, inside my context, because this is where I need it the most. Of course, it's not going to be a function that I'm going to export at this step. It's just going to be a function that will be related to the wrapper. So what I need to do is to call useEffect and say that when the app launches, I want to do something. And what I want to do is simply calling fetch current user. Okay? And I'm putting fetch current user just down there. So why the function is inside the useEffect and not outside? Because otherwise it will be a missing dependency. So here I'm just putting the function inside. Okay, let's write it closely. Here we're going to have a try, and then we're going to have a catch, and then we're going to have a finally. There we go. And we will be able to provide all our operation at this step. So finally, I know that I'm going to work, whatever's going to happen. I know that I would like to display or not the application, so I'm going to turn the set loading on false. But when I start the application, I'm going to set the loading on true. So by default here, I don't want that my application is displayed, then is hiding, then is showing. Probably here later I will need to turn loading basically on true all the time for just to hide the application all the time until I find out if there is a current user or not. So I'm going to hide this for now, and I'm going to come back after. So I'm going to console log here the error, and of course if you got Sentry or anything else, you have to do your operation in here. Okay, and here this is where with Supabase we're gonna fetch the current user later. And here I can add this here, handle error here directly. Okay, so we've got everything, but we miss the loading state. So what I can do is just to say if there is loading, I can return for now, and it's just going to be a div loading this way. Of course, later, here I'm going to change this with a screen that I'm going to use like a skeleton to display the loading state instead of displaying here the context provider. Okay, we've got here our context, which is actually my app wrapper. It's really simple to understand. I'm going to unzoom probably a little bit for you to read the entire file this way. And if you want to copy this, you can go on the repository again. You will be able to find it. Now I need to wrap my whole application. So I'm going to come back. I'm going to go to the app folder. I'm going to zoom again on the layout, and I'm going to close this. And here on my body, which is totally empty, I don't got any head, anything yet. I'm going to call app wrapper, and I'm going to pass my children. So now I know that I will be able to get access to user, to loading, and I will be able to fetch the current user when the app is going to be launched. All right, let's pass to the Supabase part and let's click now on Dashboard or Sign Up to create a new account on Supabase. When it's done, you arrive on your dashboard and you're going to click down there on No Project and on New Project. When it's done, you should have actually here the opportunity to type the name of your project and to generate a password. Please copy paste this password somewhere. Down there, you click on Create a New Project. And when it's done, we arrive here on our app. It's setting up the project. And we've got here all the API keys that we will need later for our Next.js 13 application. What I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new file. And in this new file, this env file, I'm going to type next public Supabase here URL. And I'm going to copy paste actually the keys that I got on my dashboard here. So here we've got the URL down there. There we go, here, the Supabase URL. I'm going to copy paste it in here. Then I'm going to write another key, which will be actually the next public Supabase anon key. And here, this is going to be actually for the public users. You can find also all this information under Settings and the API tab, where we got the anon public key. So here, I'm going to copy paste it. And also we've got the service role key that we're going to use as an admin. If you would like your application to be public, you need to use the anon key. To come back to the settings, I'm going to go to authentication. There we go. And here I'm going to disable the user sign up. I don't want people to sign up, so it's on the authentication tab. However, if you want to let people to create an account and if you want to use it as a public app, you can let it like this, user sign up, and then you will work on the providers on the authentication tab. Back in my app, I already installed Supabase, remember, at the beginning of the course. But here I need to install another package, and this package is going to be actually the Next.js Supabase package. So I'm going to type npm install Supabase Auth helper Next.js. This is a package special for Next.js. I'm going to come back to my context. And here in my context, as I said to you, I'm going to initiate my Supabase instance because I would need Supabase everywhere to send all my requests. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to type const Supabase and I'm going to call create client coming from Supabase.js. Okay? So here, this client will help me to initiate actually my client. And this client actually is a function that will receive two arguments. So I'm going to type process.env, and remember we've got our next public Supabase URL with at the end a exclamation point. And then I will need here what I need to pass. I'm going to pass my process.env with my next public Supabase service role key. And what I want to do, I want to return Supabase down there from my context, so I will be able to get it everywhere. So up here, we see that we missed the Supabase type. And here for now, I'm going to put any. I could put a database type that I don't get here. I need to come back to the documentation of Supabase to get it. So now it's going to create for me my Supabase, so I will be able to fetch my current user later. This is not enough. We can't relate only on this state and this user set state to fetch our current user and to give the access to everything, right? Because here down there, we give access to everything. No, what we would like to do is to have a middleware. So remember, we've installed actually our Supabase Auth helpers Next.js. It's time to use it. So I'm going to come back to my source folder and I'm going to create actually a middleware.ts. And this middleware.ts is going to catch every request to our Next.js application and is going to check if there is a session, okay? And if there is no session, it's going to return us already to the login page. However, we're going to have some public page and we will be able to filter those public page in here. Okay, so here I can already create my function, export async function, that will be a middleware. And as a type, we're going to have a rec that will be actually a next request. There we go. So here this middleware is going to catch every entry inside the app. All right. So we're going to have this middleware, but at the end also what we're going to have is a const config, and it's going to be the config to match, and here it's coming directly from the documentation of Next.js. Here we are going to match everything except the API, the next static folder, the next image, and the favicon. We want to let them go, okay? And the API is going to catch by himself every element. Okay, follow really closely what I'm going to do now, because you don't see that much at this time of the year. You don't see that much on the documentation of Supabase, and it's not necessarily updated because Next.js 14 just came out. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say, hey, you know, if there is a request, you can go, okay? That's the first possibility, okay? Next response is going to use next, and every time, so here I need to import, of course, next response, and there we go, from next server. And I want to return my response. All right, so here we're going to pass, okay? It's going to say, yeah, you can go all the time. And in between, this is where we want to stop people, depending on their session or not. So what we want to do, we want to initiate Supabase. So I'm going to type const Supabase, and here we can't use the create client that we had before. We need to use a special client, which will be called create middleware client, coming from where? And you understood, from Supabase Auth helper Next.js. Right, inside of it here, I'm going to pass two elements. I'm going to pass rec and res that are coming from rec and res here directly. All right, so now I got my create middleware client, my Supabase session will be initiated, so I can do everything that is related to Supabase. And here we're going to start by catching on data. We can have a session, and basically this session can tell us if we are logged in or not. And this session here is going to come from, and here it's going to be asynchronous Supabase, because we need to wait for the client to work, auth.get session. And we should be good. So I'm going to go to the line to make it a bit cleaner for you to read, and we should be good. And there we go. So now we got access to the session and we are good. So if there is no session, I want to do something else. I want to actually stop everybody. And to do that, I can use next response. And here I'm using rewrite that will help me to rewrite the URL and to redirect directly. New URL with capital letter. And here I'm going to have a page login. So we need to create a page login just after with a rec URL, and we should be good. So what we did is that we initiated Supabase. We are catching if there is a session, and if there is no session here, we rewrite. If I'm already logged in, I will never pass through all of this through this session, okay? It will directly lead me to the page where I want to go. So we impeach here anybody to enter into the app and don't get any session. And later, this is later that our context happens in here, right? We fetch the current user, we do all our stuff on the client side. However, the middleware here is going to help me to work on this. Okay, however, the problem is that we're gonna have some public page, right? Inside my app. There is at least two. The first one is going to be the page for subscriber to subscribe. The second page is going to be the page to read the previous letters, and we don't need to be logged in for that. So I need to stop everything at this step, right? And I need to say for that page, you can go, okay? We don't even work on Supabase, we don't check the session, etc., etc. So basically, we are going to use our request, and there is going to be some data into it. And we've got access to the next URL, the pass name, and we can use here start with. And here it's on the official documentation of Next.js, okay? There is many other ways to do it. So I'm going to use subscribe, and let's say that the page subscribe would be free, like you can go and there is no problem with that. I can just type return res. And later, of course, we could have a lot of other pages, and we don't need to just put like a chain code like this. We could have an array and check all the paths that we want to be public at this step. All right, this is done. We've got our middleware. We've got everything working. What I suggest you to do now is to launch the application. And again, I'm going to update the init branch. Then I'm going to pass to another branch because at this step, we got something functional that you can use for any project. I mean, not for any project because we already put a bit of business logic, but at least with all of this, it can work. We need to create those routes because right now we don't got any subscribe page. So here I can just create a new route by creating a folder, and here I got subscribe, and then I get page.tsx, and here I think I got this home. I can just copy paste it and put subscribe page, free for everyone, let's say everybody. And then I need to have also a login page. So I'm going to call this login page, which could be also a component and whatever. But here we're going to put login free for everybody. Okay, we should be good. So now what we can do is to launch the app and to check if it's working. Okay, we are back in the app, and here I'm on the main page, login free for everybody, so I don't get access to the home page that is existing. If I type anything, blah, 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 I'm going to be returned to the login. However, if I go on the subscribe page, it's free for everybody, so our middleware is perfectly working. All right, it's time for us to work on this subscribe page, and I'm gonna start with this one because this is the public one. Okay, so here, on my subscribe page, I definitely need to have an email and set email. Be safe, it's not the same as my use email hook because here it's just going to be a string, right? So here at first we're gonna have this string, and of course I need to import user state from React. There we go. So what I want to do also is to have a function to subscribe, and this function here, and we can let it here inside this component, not in a hook, because here this subscribe function will be just for that. So subscribe to newsletter. Let's call it subscribe to newsletter to be more expressive for this course. What we want to do, we want to check if is valid email, right? And remember, this is valid email. So here is valid email, there we go, is coming from our libutils up here. So if it's valid email, we can do the operation. However, if it's not valid email, okay, we can return, or let's say we're going to return an alert. Please enter your email address or a valid email address, and we should be good. Okay, then we're going to do all the operations. Let's work a little bit now on the design. So we've got our div and we are using Tailwind CSS. So I already know that here I want to have some kind of BG100 and I want it to be min age screen of 100%. I want to have some padding. I want to have a text that is going to be, let's say, 20 pixels, and we should be good. So here, if I put hello world and I come back, there we go. We've got our hello world. So I'm going to unzoom a little bit and we should be good. Okay, we've got this. Okay, what I would like to have is just a container that is in the center that will fulfill everything that I need in terms of design. So I can type container mxauto, and I can also put the mxauto inside the Tailwind config file. You can check that on my Tailwind lessons on my YouTube channel. Then I type grid, then gap 4, and I want it to be rounded LG. Then I want it to be also shadow SM, and we should be good there. We've got the shadow SM. There's probably some width that I would like to constrain in here. So I'm going to type max, and here it's going to be 600 pixels is going to be good. And I don't want to have everything to pass out. So I'm going to type hello there, and we should be good. We should have some structure. And when I come back, we see here that we don't get the BG, probably the BG gray is not gray enough. Put probably 300 and we should be good. We are missing the BG white. And there we go. So here it's a bit too gray. Sorry, I'm a bit picky about the design, but here we are. So we've got our element here that we can probably use also for the login. Okay, so inside here, I want to have as first, I want to have some kind of title, and I would like to have an image. So I'm going to import that image inside my public folder that doesn't exist yet. So I'm going to create a new folder called public. And I'm going to import my banner. And this banner here is going to be for my newsletter. So it's not going to be dynamic for now. I'm just going to push here my image. So I'm going to type image, and I'm going to use next image. And probably later I would need to make it dynamic for other users. Otherwise, if you just copy paste this project for your own newsletter, you can change here and it's going to be banner all the time. So I'm going to go on the top, I'm going to type import banner from, and here I gotta get my public folder, so I don't get any alias for now. So I need to go up like this and get public/banner.png. And I'm going to add here banner, and here it's going to be newsletter behind something. Okay, so when I come back, we see here that it takes all the space, but this is already nice to see. I'm going to zoom a bit because I think the render is going to be better. There we go. So now I come back, and down there, I want to continue, and I would like to have some padding. I would have to have some text just after the image. So what I can do is to create a new div. I'm going to create a new div, and here it's going to be of class grid, and I'm going to have some padding on the left and on the right, and some padding on the top to start. So I'm going to come back here and to type hello world, and we should be good. Okay, so we've got something like this. It really looks like the template that I'm going to create later, but we're going to keep it this way. Okay, I want to have some paragraph. So here I'm going to type top 5 links of the week about coding. It's going to be the headline of my subscribe page. So here it's going to be like this. What I want to have is to have a text center everywhere. So it's going to be here. And after that, I would like to have an input. And this is where we are going to start to work with Tailwind CSS. So the thing is that my input here it's going to look like every input everywhere into my application. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come back to my global.css here, and I'm going to write SCSS just after, because I don't want to have an input that is going to be all the time. I'm going to have to copy paste all of this, so I'm going to use apply from Tailwind CSS. However, before I want to show you something. When you write all the time the same code, you got to use snippets. So if you type here Command P or Control P, and you type here snippets like this, you can get access to your own snippets. And me, I wrote the snippets for this course, and I'm just typing here some elements to get 6 or 7 lines of code. It's exactly like the makefiles. So here with the makefile, we type makeGT and we commit. Now with the snippets, I just do this and it's really fast. So I know that I want to have an input text. So if I type form text, which is actually the snippet that I wrote, immediately I got all my elements written. And here we've got a bit of problem, so I need to change all of this. It's going to be email. Here there is no data, so it's just going to be this. And we see that I'm missing a function called handle change. We can remove it actually, because I don't need any handle change. So for now, I'm just going to put that. But handle change can be used later. I already got the snippets that I'm going to show you later. But you see that, and I don't need the text up here. In just one snippet, I don't need to write everything about the type email. It's going to be the same. It's going to be the same for every input that I got. I got snippets for the date. I got the snippet for the number, for the select, etc., etc. And I got even snippets for Vue.js and all the language that I'm working with. So use snippets to go faster and just type some commands and insert code as fast as this. But if I come back, we see that my input doesn't get at all some styles. So what I need to do is to add a style for my input. So I'm going to come back to globals, and here I'm going to have my layer base, and inside my layer base I'm going to do some basic. At first I'm going to say that here apply, I'm going to apply to all my body a text 17 pixels. And again, if you don't know Tailwind CSS, you can go on my channel. I got a 5-hour course on it. Also, what I want to do is to work on my input of type what? Of type email. And this is where the magic is going to happen. But at first, here, before I work on my input email, and here I can apply, for instance, a text gray 500 to be sure that it's going to apply to my email, and we see here it's going to apply. Okay. Before we do that, here I want to create a function that I'm going to use, not a function, a class that I'm going to use everywhere. This class, it's going to have characteristics that could be related to cards, to inputs, to a lot of other elements. So here I'm going to type item, I'm going to call it item, and I'm going to apply at first a BG transparent and an outline node. Okay, so when I apply here, and I'm going to come back, and I apply my item to the type email, basically here you see that I don't get the outline. I don't want the outline anymore. So this class will be used for a lot of other elements. So I can continue, and there's a lot of stuff that I want to do. I want to add a border. I want it to be rounded, and on focus, I want it to be border slate 300. I want to give some shape to my element there. I can continue like this as much as I want. I can add actually a shadow, and then I can add a transition. And this item will be used in other elements. So when I come back, we can see that I get here my input that changed. But this is not over. Now I need to come back to my element here, and I would add px3 and py2 because I want some space inside my, and I'm going to dezoom, and we should be good. I want to have some space inside my input. Remember here we've got a grid, we're going to give some space to it, so I'm going to put this, and we should be good. Okay, so let's come back here and let's finish with this. We see that we got an input type email, but also it's going to be exactly the same with actually input type text, right? An input type text will have exactly the same attributes. And also it's going to be the same for the number. It's going to be the same for the date. And we could continue like this. It's going to be the same for the text area probably, or probably not, right? You got to check really how your project is looking like before you do all of this. Okay, so we've got this, that's cool, but now we need a button, okay, to put your email. So here I'm going to put a placeholder, and let's say it's going to be me@mail.com, and there we go. So after that, I need to create a new grid, and here I'm going to add my button, which will be subscribe, okay, and we can add here, because it's fun, we can add an emoji. Okay, we've got our button subscribe. Now we need to give a style to this button subscribe. So I'm going to come back here, and all my buttons in my project are going to look basically the same. They're going to have a text center. They are going to be rounded LG. They're going to have some padding left and right of 5, some padding top and bottom of 2, a cursor pointer, and on over, they are going to have an opacity, let's say opacity of 75 or probably 80, it's going to be better. Then a transition, then at over there's going to be a shadow SM, and on disabled we're gonna have an opacity. Actually, I'm going to come back here, there we go, opacity of 50, and basically we're gonna have a BG slate. Okay, we want to show it that the button is grayed out, so BG slate 200 minus 50, that could be actually, this is a bit dumb, but that could be actually BG slate 100. And we need also to change the text, because right now the text should be white. So I'm going to come back at the beginning and say text white, okay, by default. And so disable the text should be actually gray, and let's put 500. Yeah, probably it's going to be good. And we want it to be font semi-bold. Okay, this is a bit heavy, and this is why I write it in my global.css, because I don't want to have it here all the time, every time that I'm going to have a button. So when I come back here, we can see that we've got the button here, and I'm going to remove the class grid because this was not the first intent. And here especially, my button's gonna have different colors. So the text white, and I did it in purpose to put it in at first, it's not supposed to be here, because otherwise I don't see the button. Okay, and I would like probably to have a border. So what if I'm using the item? Here we can see that I got by default, okay, this element. So there's a lot of elements that I can remove that are already here. Focus, shadow SM, and just over shadow SM, we can keep them. But after that, I want to add a class called primary. So here I'm going to get back and I'm going to put class primary. And here I would like to add a color, and I need to choose some colors, and I can use the Tailwind one, but we are in a course where we want to learn how to write some TypeScript with Next.js and some Tailwind also. So I'm going to show you how to create your own custom color and how to generate them. There is an amazing website called uicolor.app/create that helps you to create your colors for your Tailwind CSS instance. And if you click here, you can see that here we have all the characteristic and denomination of colors. So here we can see that we can change the colors, and depending on the colors that we change, this website is going to generate for us automatically the colors that we want for our project. And once it's done, what you can do here is to click actually on export. And when you click on export, this is where the magic happens. Basically, it's generating for you all the colors that you want to use. So you are going to copy paste this, and we are going to get back. And here on our config file on tem and under extend, we can put colors, okay. And here we can put the primary color that we wanted to use. We can put our primary element with all the different colors that we would like to use. So now under tem extend colors, we got a new class called primary that is going to generate for us all the text, the background, the borders, etc., etc. So when I come back here, what I can do is to say apply bg primary, and we already see that IntelliSense under VS Code is finding actually my colors, the colors that I want to use. So if I put bg primary 700, it's using actually the colors that I created inside my tailwind config.ts. And also what I want to do, of course, is to have a text white. So now we should be ready. And if we come back to our app, there we go. We've got our results. We've got our subscribe button with up here my elements. And if I click on subscribe, nothing happens because I need to come back to my page. So I'm going to come back to subscribe, and I need to say, hey, on click here. So on click, I want to trigger what? I want to trigger subscribe. And actually it's not subscribe, it's subscribe to newsletter. So in the short end, I can do this and we should be good. So when I come back and I click, we see that we need to enter our email address. It's time for us to create our subscribers table, our first table on Supabase. So I'm going to go to the table actually editor. If I want to create a table, the first thing I can do is actually to click here and create a new table. And I'm going to zoom a little bit, and here I'm going to call my table subscribers. I'm going to get back to my types here on Supabase, and here we see that I already got actually my type subscriber. But remember something, all the types got an ID and a created at. So I'm going to come back, and if I go down, we see that we already got an ID and a created at. So I just moved the camera here for you to see. So here the ID, I'm going to change it, and instead I'm going to use a UUID, and I'm going to use gen random UUID. Here it's a method provided by Postgres to generate actually a random UUID every time I'm going to create a new user, right? And then I got this timestamp, and I got no here as a timestamp. So what I'm going to do at first, I'm going to enable the row-level security. I'm just going to create this table to give you an example. So I'm going to click on save. It's going to create a new table subscriber, and this new table, and I'm going to switch again here. I'm going to switch here. There we go. We see that we've got two columns and we've got the table subscriber. So if I click on insert and I want to insert a new row, I can insert a new subscriber. If I click on insert column, I'm going to add a new column. Otherwise, I can import as a CSV, right? So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to insert a new row. And here I have nothing to do, but here we see that the timestamp created at and the timestamp got a schema that is not necessarily the one I want. But anyway, I'm going to click on save. And here, there we go. We've got a new user that has been created, right? So I'm going to remove it. I'm going to click here and click on delete. Get back, I'm going to click here and insert a column. And so I'm going to add my email of the subscriber. There we go. I'm going to go down, and here as a type, I'm going to use a type text, and default value will be null. We allow nullable, and we could add, if we wanted to, a check constraint, and here we see that we've got a length email under 500, so we can probably do it, okay? So I can type length here, email, okay, under 500, and I'm going to click on save, and it's going to save for us the new column, which is the column email here, which will be text. Okay, we've got owner ID, so I'm going to get back here and I'm going to insert a new column again. And this new column will be owner ID, and this will be the UUID of the user that owns this subscriber, right? So here on the type, I could put the type text. However, I would like to put the type UUID, because here it's going to be the ID from a current user, and in Supabase, we've got already UUIDs available. Allow nullable, we don't allow nullable for this key here. We need an owner ID, otherwise it will be a problem, right? Then is unique? No. Is primary key? No. I'm going to click on save for now, and we're going to keep it like this. So we've got email, owner ID, then we've got status. So I'm going to add status. And actually, as you see here, I can click on the plus instead of going all the time on this insert. So I click here, and then I'm going to add status. And here it's going to be status of the subscriber. Here we're going to add here text, type text for this one. There we go. And we allow nullable, okay? We're not obliged to just click on this, but anyway. And there's nothing else that we're going to add. So we've got here our column subscriber. That's amazing. Now we need to click here on no active RLS policy, because we need people to be able to push new subscriber into the list. So I'm going to click here on no active RLS policy. And this is where we are going to write the RLS policies for the table subscriber. So I'm going to click here on new policy. And I got two options, get started and for full customization. I'm going to click on get started. And here we see enable read access to everyone. We don't want to do that. We don't want anybody to be able to read actually all the subscriber. Enable insert access for authenticated user only. So here, if we look at the read access, we've got for select using true. So basically, this is what we're going to do here. We are going to remove this authenticated. So I'm going to click here and click use this template. And here I'm going to dezoom a little bit. And there we go. So here we see enable insert for authenticated user only. I'm going to put for all users. That's what we want. We want any user to add subscriber. So here we click on insert, and here we've got an option. It's a target role. So actually this target role here, it's going to be the role of the people that are going to be logged in. So I'm going to just delete authenticated because I don't need people to be authenticated to subscribe. I'm going to click here on the list, and I got a lot of other options. Service role, we can see it here. And we see anon. Remember, we added an anon key inside our project. So I'm going to click on anon, and then we should be good. With check expression true, that's what we want. So I'm going to just let it like this. You could add conditions here if you want, and I'm going to click on review. And then at the end, I got the policy that is written here with check true. I'm going to click on save policy. And we should be good. We enable insert for all users to anon. All right, now we need another policy, which this time, and we do exactly the same, which will be enable delete access. So here it's a bit tricky in that point, because what we want to do the unsubscribe flow. So when we want to work on this unsubscribe flow, we will need to check first on our API side, for instance, if the token is right, if you are able to delete somebody. Because I give you an example. Let's say that somebody wants to unsubscribe me from a newsletter and he wants to try to remove me from this newsletter. He can type my email address, send it, and then we've got the trouble because it's not me who unsubscribe, it's somebody who's unsubscribed for me. And here, this Supabase policy shows us that it's exactly what we are supposed to do. You can delete something only if your current session has a UUID that is exactly the same as a potential user ID colon, okay? So for now, I'm just going to come back here and I'm going to do exactly the same. I'm going to say anon, and later we're going to come back on this because this is not true. You should not push that to production, but for this course, for the first step of this course, I'm going to do it. So here we've got anon, and here I'm going to put on true, on delete. Enable delete for users with token, and we're going to check that later. Of course, here we don't get any token, we got nothing. So if somebody is going to put any email address, it's going to delete it. So I'm going to click on review and save policy. But yeah, and there we go. We've got the two errors. However, we can think about something. If somebody wants to remove you from a newsletter, we should have a flow with an email, etc., etc. But he has to know that you are part of this newsletter, of course. Okay, so let's plug this subscribe page to our Supabase instance. So I'm going to come back to the subscribe page that we've been working on before. And we just got the design for now. So what we want to do, we would like to actually bring Supabase in here. And remember, in our context, we've got Supabase that we export down there. So we are able to import Supabase in here. Okay, so I'm going to go here and I'm going to import Supabase from what? From my use app context function, which is the function that exports all the context everywhere into my app. When it's done, I need to add more elements here. I want to add a loading and a set loading here, which would be on user state false by default, and this loading will be actually triggered by my function down there. I want to also add a state, which is a state success, and set success, which will be by default on undefined. So, okay, I know here, and actually I can put any, I know here this is not necessarily the best practice, because here what we would like to have is either true or false, or at the end undefined, okay? So basically what we would have is here this undefined here as a default, and with this success we will be able to show a nice notification, right? So let's write our function, and here our function subscribe to newsletter would have actually a try catch, and at the end we would have a finally. All right, first thing we want to do, we want to set loading on true, and we want to set loading on false when it will be done. So as you saw before, we can actually write snippets to just insert this immediately. So that's a good example. So here on the catch error, what I want to do, I want to set the success on false, okay? Because I want to display the message that I didn't create yet. And I want to throw a new error. So here I'm doing something really basic, but here I need to put a type any, depending on the error we're going to have here. I want to throw a new error this way. Here you can do what you want, of course. Here I'm just going to show you an example like this. Okay, right. So now we've got Supabase. We need to insert in the subscriber table our new subscriber. Right. So I'm going to type const here, and I'm going to call my Supabase instance. So I need to create an asynchronous function here. So here is going to be Supabase, all right. And then I need to say from the table what? The table subscribers that we just created. From the table subscribers, I want to insert what? Just the email, the person we have up here. So if we come back actually to our table subscribers, we've got a problem here because on the subscribers table, we are supposed to have an email, owner ID, and a status, right? So the owner ID here will be useless because basically here in my application, and as I said to you when I wrote the type, here it's going to be only me. So for the moment, I don't get any owner ID, right? I don't get any owner ID. So what I need to do here, just to fake it, because I don't get a session yet, when I will have the session, I will get the owner ID from the current session. Let's say here, it's not going to be this, but it's going to be actually the hot UID, okay? Instead of this, I'm just going to put a fake number. However, remember, in our table here, the owner ID is supposed to be a UUID. So what I can do at first is to go to authentication and just create a new user. And this new user, it would be me. So I'm going to click on create a new user. Okay, so here we see that when I create a new user, I can put my email and my password, and I confirm the user password. We will use that later to create the login session to be able to log into our app. Okay, this is done. I got my session, which is here. I'm going to copy paste my current user ID, and as an owner ID, I'm going to put this ID here. This is an example because here we are writing first the subscribe page before to have the session. So we will come back here. I can already put a to do. Okay, so here I got my session. I entered my password and my email, so I will be able to log in directly. I'm going to come back to subscribers. And here we are. So here I'm going to continue. I'm going to insert, and then after that, what I want to have, I want to have it back. So if there is data, I want to console log the data. And also what I want to do, of course, is to set my success on true. Here we are. If there is an error, it's going to be catched down there. Right. So now we need to work on the success. So what I want to do, basically, I want to hide all of this if it's a success, right? So basically, from the right beginning, from here, I got my grid, and I want to keep my grid, but I want to take everything that is here and to hide it and to show a notification instead. So I just want to say if actually there is no success, right? And in my case, actually, it will be when success will be on undefined or false. So by default, we will show success. I want to show all of this, right? So I'm going to just put that. However, when I will be on success false and there will be a problem, what I want to do is to show a message here. So I want to show everything that is here, but just show a notification here. So what I can do to start, and this is just a start, because later we're gonna improve this. I'm going to just put a fragment here, and in this fragment here, I want to put some kind of notification. So I can create a div, and here I can type, sorry, your registration or your subscription, sorry, has failed. All right, but here, and I come back, when I come back, so I'm going to save, I'm going to update. We see that there's nothing, so I need to put my success on false. We see that, sorry, your subscription has failed. I would like to create some style to it, so I'm going to give two classes to this element. I'm going to create a class notification, and next to notification is going to be error. Okay, so now what I need to do is to get back to global.css to write my notification. But before, we are going to do the other case. This other case would be that if there is a success, we want to hide everything. And we actually want to show the same here, exactly the same, right? But not error, we're going to put success. Instead, we write, you have successfully subscribed. So we've got this success in here. Now I need to come back to my global.css. And down here, we are going to continue and write some CSS. So I got my notification class. I'm going to apply the BG gray 500 text gray, because this is a basic notification at first that I want to do. I want to add some border also, so it's going to be border gray 800. I want it to be rounded LG and PY2 PX4. This is the basic that I want. Okay. If I come back, we see that I got a basic notification in here. However, remember we added two, let's come back to it. We added two other classes, error and success. So here I'm going to say, hey, if there is a class success in here, I want you to apply a BG green 500. I want to change the color. Text green 800, yeah, or 900, it would be good. And a border green that would be exactly the same, so 800. All right, so we've got this, and we're going to do exactly the same for the error. So I'm going to check, put a red, and we should be good, I think. Okay, now if I get back, here I need to update. Okay, I need to remove the second error, and when I come back, we can see that I got my color. So let's try now the success. I'm going to go to the top, I'm going to put true, and that's what we want to see when we subscribe. Right. Remember, we are supposed to get a loading state. So this is probably the time where we need to change this button into actually a button with a loading state. We're going to get back to the subscribe page, but before I'm going to create some components with Tailwind CSS because I'm not using any component library. So I'm going to come back here and I'm going to create the folder components. And in these components, I'm going to create a component button.tsx. And let's write ourselves a button component with Tailwind CSS that is going to do all the job. It's going to do the job about the loading, about passing the function, etc., etc. So let's first declare it as a client. And here I'm going to export by default a function called button, right? So I'm going to zoom a little bit, it will be good. Okay, in this function button, I want to return something. What? Well, I want to return this button that I got here, okay? The button with the class primary. I don't want to call it class, I want to call it color because class is a reserved name. So I'm going to call it color, right? That's the first thing. Also, I don't want to pass subscribe all the time. I want to pass a label. So I'm going to pass here label. And we see that at first we should declare first all those props before we start. So I'm going to create a type props. And here inside I'm going to have, of course, the color. That would be, of course, it will not be mandatory because sometimes we're not going to pass any class. Then we're going to have label, which will be here. Then we're going to have the loading, and loading will be a boolean. Sometimes we're going to have a small button, so we pass small. It can be also disabled, so we can pass disable. We're going to have the function onClick, that is, of course, not mandatory, okay, optional, because sometimes we're going to have probably some cases where we don't want to pass any function, and probably we're going to pass some children. And here we don't get any children because here just we're going to have subscribe. All right, so we've got here label, then we've got loading, then we got small, then we got disable, then we got onClick, and then we've got the children. And it's going to be of type what? Of type props here on the top. Okay. So let's build our own component. And here it's easy. We've got the class name, then we've got the disabled, and disabled will be either on loading, either on disabled, right? What I'm gonna have also is the onClick function, and here the onClick function will return actually if there is onClick or not. We're gonna return onClick, we're gonna trigger onClick, otherwise it's going to be null, for example. Okay, so we've got our label down here, and actually it's not label at first. At first is it loading? So here we can put loading, and we're gonna create a component just after with that. Either it's not going to be loading, so here I'm going to say, sorry, loading here, there we go. Otherwise, what we can put inside of it, it's either a span, either a div. So here, I'm going to put a div, because probably I'm going to have some children inside this button. And here of course, we're going to have the label, but we could have the children just after or before. We can determine this. And what we want to do here is to specify. Okay, we want to specify if we're going to have some kind of flex or anything else that we would pass. So as a starter, we're going to say that. Okay, we're going to say that it's going to be item sender, justify sender, gap2, and let's say that if it's going to be small, because remember we got a prop small, we want to pass text, let's say small, okay, otherwise we don't pass anything. All right, we've got our component button, but here the loading will be very ugly. What we would like to have is more a spinner. So I'm going to create a new component that will be called spinner.tsx. And here there's nothing really really new in here. You can ask ChatGPT to create a spinner for you. Me personally, what I did is just this, and I'm going to use it. Here it's a spinner, okay, with a rounded element that is turning around all the time with animate spin. It's really easy. So what I'm going to do, instead of having this loading in here, I'm going to use the spinner immediately. So I can type spinner, and here we see that it comes from the loading state. And there we go, we've got our button. We can come back to the subscribe page, and we will be able to use it everywhere inside our app. Okay, we are back. So here, instead of the button, and I'm going to keep class primary and subscribe, I'm going to call my button coming from here, and I need to pass what? I need to pass subscribe, and remember I still got my little emoji that I want to use because it's cool. There we go. I got my label as a color. I want to pass primary. And also what I want to pass is my onClick function, which will be the function we wrote previously, subscribe to newsletter. So I'm going to click on this, and let's look at it. And there we go, we've got our element, which is here. So if I click on it, we see that we need to enter our email. Remember, we have our loading state up here. So what I can do is to come back to my button here, and just after this one, I can pass my loading state, so I will be able to check this. Here I made a mistake. Here it's not single, it's select. My mistake, I'm sorry, I went too fast. So let's try. I'm going to click on subscribe. Okay, there we go. You have successfully subscribed. We've got an answer, and we've got our user that has been generated with my own ID, and here we've got the email. And if I come back here, we can see definitely that it succeeded. We've got our email here. However, look at this. If I try again with the same address, we've got a problem here because it will record 2 times contact at code with Guillaume. So I'm going to remove this one. All right. And what I'm going to do now, and it's often that we've got the case, what I can do is to update my table and say that the email has to be unique. And that's really important because here I don't want to have several times the same email. So there's 2 possibilities. Either you put it as a primary key, either you put it as unique. And here is the problem. When we go on our table and we click on the wheel, we can't determine it as a unique property. We would have to write a Postgres query to do it. There is another solution at this step, and this is why this is good to test before. I can remove the email column, and I create a new column here and just put email and start again. And instead, I can put text, okay? And what I can do here is to transform it here as a unique. That's the thing. Or I can also use it as a primary key. So here I got unique, and I can save again. So it's going to save again the column email. And of course here it removed the existing email. So you gotta be safe. If you do that, you're gonna remove the previous data. So I can delete it. I'm going to delete the row. I'm going to get back. I'm going to try again. So here I'm going to put my address, click on subscribe. You have successfully subscribed. I go here. We can see that I got my email. I'm going to try again. And what's gonna happen in here is that we got no case. We've got no case because we've got here a conflict. And this is a case that we didn't think about. If there is no data and if there is an error, and we can try again. Here, actually, the error doesn't pass directly here. So I'm going to try again. And here, there we go, we've got a duplicated key. So what we can do here, we can actually create a new state, or create actually a const message, for instance, set message here, and put a user state. And here we can put actually as a string here, an empty string. And if there is a message, we would like to display this message. And it will happen where? It will happen here. So here I'm going to put message, and what we can do, it's exactly the same as before. But instead of the arrow, this is where we use our notification, and we put the message here. So let's come back. We can see that we've got a message. So I'm going to go to the answer that we had before. There we go. We got some details, and we've got a message, duplicate key value, violate unique constraint, subscriber key. So here we can return success true. And if there is an error, what we can do, we can use actually the message of this error, and we can set the message as a message. The thing is that here we're going to have the message from Supabase, which is not really accurate. So here I can click there, and we can see duplicated key value violates unique constraint subscriber email key. Most of the time we will know that we are already subscribed to the newsletter, so we can type you are already subscribed, and I can type that. So if I start again, codewithg.com, and I click subscribe, you are already subscribed. Now that we've got the subscribe page, it's time for us to create the unsubscribe page. So what we can do, we can just come back to our app, and here we are going to copy paste the page subscribe, and we are going to rename it unsubscribe. So here I'm going to type unsubscribe, and there we go. I'm going to open it, and it's basically almost the same page that the subscribe page. There is some difference to it. The difference is mainly that we need to change the text. So here, if I come here and I go to unsubscribe, we're gonna have a problem, because here we've got the middleware that is locking here the public page, and we need to update at first our middleware if we want to access another page than the subscribe page. Let's open the middleware and let's look at it quickly. Remember, we see here that we've got the subscribe page that is a public URL. So in the future, we will have several public URLs. So what we can do is to type const public URLs. That would be an array that will contain, of course, my /subscribe. But there will be also the /unsubscribe, right? And we could continue like this. So we need to update this little piece of code here. And I can type here if public URL includes here my rec.next URL. And remember, we've got that directly from the request up here. We can type pass name here, and we can do the operation down here. What we want to do, we want to say just simply return res. So if I come back and I click again on unsubscribe, we arrive on this page. So what we would like to do is to update our unsubscribe page. So we can say here, we are sorry to see you leaving. So here we see that. And instead of subscribe, we can type unsubscribe. There we go. And we've got our primary element here. It is time for us to start using Resend, the email service that we are going to implement inside our application. So basically, we are creating a software that will manage all the tools that a newsletter would need. So we created the subscribe page. We are going to create also the unsubscribe page, and we copy paste the previous code with some modification. Here we've got a function called unsubscribe to newsletter. And we are not going to call directly Supabase at this point. What we would like to have is actually an endpoint here on our API that is going to send an email to the person who wants to unsubscribe, and when this person is going to click on this button, suddenly we will call a new endpoint and we will unsubscribe the person. So basically, on this application, we need an endpoint, and this endpoint will send an email. So here on Resend, if you didn't go on my channel and if you didn't follow my courses, I got a full course on Resend. Resend, it's a tool that helps you to send email directly from the platform, and you can integrate Resend inside your application. So here we've got a piece of code and we can see that we can send an email using Resend. At the beginning of the course, we already installed Resend. So here, if I look at my package.json, we can see that I got Resend installed. So I'm ready to use Resend. So if you didn't do it yet, you can go up and create an account. It's free. Me, I already got Resend installed, so here I'm on the dashboard, I'm logged in, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to go here and to click here on API key, because I already got one domain that is actually working, and this domain it's codewithguillaume.com. So here, if I go to API key, I'm going to click here to create a new API key, fulfill the information, and when I got the API key, I come back to my Next.js application. On my other file, I'm supposed to have already some keys, but here I'm going to create a Resend API key and I'm going to copy paste my existing key coming from the dashboard. Okay, so when it's done, I would like to install more than Resend. I would like to install also React Email. React Email is going with Resend. It helps you to create actually email through React. So when you install React Email, after that, you can create emails like this using actually React code. So here, what we're going to do, we are going to create our own email using React Email. The thing is here at this step, I'm going to use the code that I used in my video called React Email by Resend that you can go to watch because it's going to be faster. But basically, you are just writing some React code inside your Next.js application. Then we can call our template when we're going to send the email. All right, so here I'm going to install Resend. If you didn't do it, you can do it now. But actually, I'm going to install React Email and I'm going to add some elements to it. So here I'm going to need the components. In my case, I'm going to need also the image. I'm going to need also here, and I can continue like this, the link. And I'm doing this because I want you to see that you can use separately every component if you don't want to import it. So we got the link, we got the text, and also I'm going to use React Email. I'm going to use the text because my email is going to have some text. Once it's done, I'm going to create my template using React Email. So I'm going to go to source here in components and I'm going to create a new folder called email or emails with an S. Yeah. And in this one, I'm going to create my unsubscribe, okay, .tsx, my unsubscribe template. All right. Here I'm going to create my complete email using React Email. So what I can start to do is to actually export default, and here I can have my function, and here it's going to be the unsubscribe template. Okay, I'm going to call it like this, and here I'm going to return, and this is where I'm going to start to use React Email components. I'm going to start with HTML. So from here I'm going to create actually my template for the email that I'm going to send. Okay, so I got HTML here. What I want to do, I want to add at first, of course, a body. So same here, I'm going to use body from React Email. There we go. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to use also a head because I will need a head from React Email. Probably I'm going to come back to it later. Okay, so we've got our body. However, what I want to do, I would like to use Tailwind. So I can call also Tailwind, the Tailwind component. This component, Tailwind, is going to actually wrap my whole body. So what I can do here is to come here and wrap my body that we've got there. So I will be able to create actually an email with Tailwind simply. Okay, then what I would like to do is inside here, I'm going to use the actually the style that I had on the video React Email to go faster. But before, I'm going to determine the props that I'm going to pass to this email. And this subscribe template is going to be sent from the endpoint that will be triggered by the unsubscribe page. And remember, on the unsubscribe page, we are pushing an email. Okay, here is the page, and here I'm going to type an email. I'm going to click here. It's going to call the endpoint that we are going to create just after. And what we're going to send is the email. However, here at this step, okay, on my unsubscribe template, I don't want to receive, actually, I don't want to receive only the email, because I don't want to pass as a string the email that would like to unsubscribe, because it will be dangerous. Somebody would be able to use the endpoint and push the email. So I need another reference, and this reference could be like a code or a UUID. So I could use actually a UUID that I could generate. However, here we understand that we are using a UUID, and this might be actually a security issue. Instead of putting UUID, I'm just going to pass like a code, and here we don't give any insights to any future hacker that I'm using a UUID. So this code here will actually be generated before I call the endpoint, or at the moment I call the endpoint. But at the moment I'm going to send this email, there will be a code that will redirect to our API, and we will identify through the code actually the email. And we are not going to crypt, we are not going to create some kind of turnaround. I'm going to show you later how we're going to do. So here I would need to catch my code as a props. And basically here in the body, we can start working on what it's going to look like. Okay, so I'm going to start here to pass a container. We're going to work first on the design, and then I'm going to show you the functionality. So I need to import container here from React email component. So I have my container, and inside my container I would like to have a section, and this section is going to come also from up here. There we go. And this is where the magic is going to happen. I need to import the button also here. So I got my button here, and I'm going to have a button called unsubscribe. Okay, and on this button here, I'm going to create the action. So here I'm going to have an href, and I need to pass here the endpoint where I'm going to unsubscribe. And basically this endpoint will change, because if I'm on local, I will have localhost, otherwise I will have a base URL. So I'm going to start to create a base URL, and here it's going to be process.env, and here I'm going to use my Vercel URL. Okay, so my Vercel URL is going to be passed through here. So basically this is how I'm going to write it, but it's going to be https:// and here it's going to be process.env.vercel URL. Okay, otherwise, if there is no Vercel URL, I'm going to use my localhost here 3000, so it's going to be faster. Okay, we could do differently from here, but I can use this. Okay, so here down here we're gonna call here localhost 3000. All right, so my endpoint that we didn't create but we're going to create after is going to be called API/unsubscribe. It's going to be a post, and I'm going to pass here my code. Okay, I'm going to pass here my code directly as a query. So I'm going to give some shape to this email. So here I'm going to say click the link down below to unsubscribe. Okay. And of course, I need to call the text from React email. We are good, and we should be good. I'm going to work a bit on the style, because I'm using now Tailwind CSS. So here it's going font sans, text gray 400, BG gray 100, PY6, exactly like in my course. So here it's going to be MY6, BG white shadow small, and on this section here is going to be MX6, MY6 text, and I can come back on the style, but I'm just going to finish quickly to do that, leading 23 pixels for some reason. And we should be good. On the button, I'm gonna add some style, and on the style that I wanna add a color which will be black, okay, and I'm gonna add some padding. It's going, yeah, 10 pixels, 20 pixels. And we should be good. We have our email ready. We have now our template. Let's now create the endpoints. And this is probably the most interesting part. On this unsubscribe endpoint, there will be two requests possible, two method requests possible. The first is going to be a get. The second is going to be a post. The get, it's going to be to record actually the actual unsubscriber. And of course, you understood that we are going to do it on Supabase. And Supabase is going to return to us a UUID that we are going to use as a code. So let's go, let's do it. Here on my source folder, I'm going to create, actually not on the source folder, on the app folder. I'm going to use my API folder that helps me to create API endpoint. Then I'm going to use a new folder that would be the unsubscribe endpoint. And in here, I'm going to create a root.ts. And in this root.ts, actually, I'm going to first test my endpoint. So I'm going to type export async function, and here it's going to be a method get. And we are going to return, we're going to try with the next response. So a JSON here, and inside this JSON is going to be a status 200. I'm going to remove this. Now for the next 20 minutes, we are going to work only on this file. I'm going to go on Postman. I'm going to call actually my API here, and I can type unsubscribe this way. I'm going to click on send, and there we go. Our endpoint is working. So I can come back, and we are going to start here directly from the unsubscribe page. So if we come back, we've got our unsubscribe page, and this is where we are going to call, okay, we are going to call our endpoint API / unsubscribe, right? When we're going to click on the button unsubscribe, we are going to call this endpoint, and we are going to send what? Well, actually the email. So here on my get, here it's not going to be a get, it's going to be a post. And on this post, I'm going to catch the next request, so the new request that we get here. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to catch the email that I'm going to get. So I'm going to type body await request.json, and we should be good. We want to catch the email from the body. Okay, so first of all, if there is no email, we should stop right away. We don't want to go deeper. So we want to return a next response.json. And again, this is how I do things, but probably you would like to catch errors or do something else with a status 422, which actually means unprocessable entity. Unprocessable entity. And you will see that I will use this error all the time when I will miss actually my data on this exercise. This is where magic happens. We want to call Supabase and store every demand, every request of unsubscriber. So we're going to have the email, and we would like to store it into a new table. And this table would be the table unsubscribers. Okay, now we got to come back actually to Supabase and create our new table, which is the table unsubscribers. Okay, so the table unsubscribers will record the unsubscriber as its name says. And here what we're going to do, exactly the same as always. The ID is going to be a UUID that will be generated. Okay, then we've got a created at, and we're going to add actually an email here. So I'm going to add the email as a text here, and it will be empty. However, we are going to click here and remove is nullable, and we are going also to remove is unique, because probably somebody will subscribe again and would like to unsubscribe again in the future. So it's really important, remove this. Okay, so we are ready. Probably, yes, probably I think we can add another column that we can probably use later, which is confirm, which is actually a boolean. We're going to see if it's going to work. By default, it's going to be on false. And I don't think we are going to loop on it, but let's just add it for now. We add the confirm here, and it's going to be added to the table unsubscriber. So there we go. We are ready. We got our table unsubscribers. Now that our table is created, we can actually call Supabase. So I'm going to call Supabase and I'm going to store this new daemon. Here I'm going to type await Supabase, and remember we got Supabase available. And here at this step of the course, I gotta tell you that I'm using the service role key. So I don't need to work on my RLS policies to call Supabase. If you want to turn this app into a public app because you are going to actually change for every user the behavior of your application, you will need to create another client that would be reserved only for the service role, which is totally possible. You create a client Supabase and an admin Supabase. Otherwise, for more security, I advise you to externalize this in a new API that you would call. So here I'm going to type await Supabase, and I'm going to call what? The table I just created. So the table is unsubscribers. There we go. And I want to insert what? So here I'm going to type insert, there we go. I want to insert the email coming up here. So I would have returned actually an object with the email, the UUID, the created at. The UUID will be actually the code. Remember, we want to use this UUID. So I'm going to type here select, and then I want to get it, and I'm looking just for one element. Okay. If there is an error, again, we want to return exactly the same response as up here. And we could even make a function for that. I'm just making it like this for you to understand every step. All right. But if there is no error, it means that there is data. So here, if I look at the data, I'm going to go up like this. I want to destructure my data. And remember, I have my ID. I want to get the ID from the response of Supabase up here. And here I can immediately turn my function into a try catch. And in this try catch, actually, if there is the error, again, I can just return this error. Of course, if you want to go deeper into it, you got to create your own errors. You understood that. And now I can use what? I can use resend. I can use resend, which is imported up here. But here I need to create my resend client. So I need to here say I'm going to put any for now. And I'm going to use a new resend session. And this is where, guys, you put your process.env and resend API key that we had previously. So we got resend that is available down there. I can type email send, and here I can send my email with resend, and I can take this here response. I'm going to put just down here. There we go, and we should be good. Okay, so let's continue on this. Here I got my from, and I already did all the work about setting up my domain and everything. So here I got any address that I want with codewithguillaume.com available. So here I can put hello@codewithguillaume.com. And actually, I'm going to put unsubscribe. Okay, I just put hello for you to understand that you can put the email you want. And here, of course, to who I am sending the email. Sending the email to the person who unsubscribed. So at this step, we assume that the person who unsubscribed has access to her own email, so she can actually unsubscribe. I want to say reply to, and we can put this, or instead of unsubscribe, we can put contact. There we go. And then on this subject, we're gonna type confirm your unsubscription. And this is where magic happens again. This is where we are going to inject inside the React key as a parameter of the object of the method sent from recent SDK. This is where we are going to use our unsubscribe template. So if I type unsubscribe template here, I got my unsubscribe template, but the template is waiting for code, and this code, it's the ID of the element that we saved, right? So I'm going to save that, and we should be good. What I propose you to do is to test this post endpoint immediately. All right, on Postman, I'm posting to unsubscribe with codewithguillaume.com. I'm clicking on send, and it's waiting a little bit, and we should be good. Status 200. And on my unsubscribe, I got the email and I got an ID that I'm going to use right away. So previously we succeed to create the endpoint post that is going to actually record inside my unsubscribers table a new unsubscriber. On my email, I received this email, which is really poor. I should have had some color, coming from unsubscribe@gmail.com, and I got the button. And if I look at the URL of the button, I got the code, which is actually the ID. So if I copy the link address and I come back down here, we see that I got unsubscribe with the code. This is the UUID of the unsubscribe session. So which is cool is that this UUID doesn't represent anything except a request of I want to unsubscribe. Okay, if we would have an email here and a real email instead of the code, that would be a problem because anybody would make a GET request and get this code with Guillaume. Instead, we are using this code here. So if I click here on the email, it's going to call an endpoint that exists, but it's going to call it with the GET method. So we created the post method, which is cool. Now we need to create the get method that is going to catch the code and to remove us from the subscriber table. All right, so we do exactly the same. We export an async function that would be get, and in this get, of course, we get the request. So here it's going to be next request, and there we go. And at the end, of course, we are going to return our element. Okay, so here it's going to be return 200. Actually, it's a bit dumb because we enter in the try catch here. We don't need this one, but it's good. Let's let it like this. Okay, so here I want to have my code. So I'm going to type const code here, and I want to catch in the request.next URL. I want to catch in the search params.get. I want to catch what? My code. So I get my code, and if there is no code, and you understand already what we're going to do, we do exactly the same as up here. If there is no code, I want to stop here and return an unprocessable entity. Otherwise, we can go up, and it's exactly the same as here, but the difference is we are going to get the element from the unsubscribers table. So what I want to do is to do a select that is equal, and here what we want to have equal ID and code. And when we do this, actually, when we get it, we've got actually our element. So just for the course, I'm going to console log here the data. We are going to call our endpoint with this code that has been passed inside our unsubscribe button. So here, what I'm calling actually is unsubscribe endpoint with this code. I'm going to do it inside my Postman. So I got the exact link with it, and what I'm supposed to see here is the record in Supabase. So when I call it here, we should be good. And we see here that I'm catching the record in Supabase, which is the abstraction of my unsubscription. So we got the ID, we got the created at, and we've got the email, and I got a confirm false that I can use if I want. So I'm going to use this ID here at this step. When I call get, I'm going to use the code ID to get actually the email. And now I got the email, I can remove this email from the subscribers table. So we can remove this, we come back here, we come back down here. If there is data and we want to deconstruct the data, and we want to get what? We want to get the email, okay? And if there is no email for some reason, it's totally possible, but here I'm just putting a guard, we never know. Okay, and you should do that because if one day you get a problem, you can debug way faster. So here I can put, instead of unprocessable entity, no email found. Let's say that, okay? So if there is no email, or if the email is empty, which is normally impossible, but it can happen. So here I'm going to put a try catch. And on the try catch, you understood we're going to do exactly the same as up here. I'm going to put here on my try, here my response that I got. So I'm going to come here, and there we go. So now what I want to do, now that I got the email, is to remove from subscribers table my email. If we look at it on the subscribers table, I got my email. I am recorded as a subscriber. So what I can do now is come back here and use data and error, and I can await Supabase. And I can say from the table subscribers, be safe, subscribers, not unsubscribe. I want to delete an item where actually email corresponds to email here. So you got to be really safe with that, because here we are really deleting an element from subscribers that is equal to email here. And at the end, we assume that it worked, and we return a 200. If the email is not corresponding, or if the code doesn't work, it will fail way before. Because if the code doesn't exist, we will get an error, or we will get nothing in return, and it will say at the end, okay, everything's fine, it worked, but actually nothing happened, okay? So here we assume that there is really a code, so an ID existing, there is really an email, and when we get the email, we delete that, okay? So we've got this get endpoint working. So what I propose you to do is to come back to the email and to click to it. Here, it's going to delete it, but it's not going to redirect to a page. Probably later we would like to redirect to a page. We've got the 200, so we don't redirect. And if I come back here, we see that my row disappeared. So it worked perfectly. We've got our get endpoint that is working, our post endpoint that is working, and we pass through this email to complete the operation. Okay, back on our unsubscribe page. Here we need to call our endpoint, and it will be simple. It will be simply a const response is equal to await fetch. And here we want to call API/unsubscribe. And here I'm going to pass the method post with some headers, and the headers are going to be really simple. Content type here, and I'm going to pass application/JSON. And I want to pass my body, of course. And here it's going to be body json.stringify. And I want to pass my email here, and there we go. So what we want to do, if there is a response status, so here if there is a response at first, we can actually deconstruct const, and here we're going to have a status, and here it's going to be response, and remember we've got our status. We can say if status is equal to 200, we can return actually here. Otherwise, we're going to send actually the set status on false. This is really simple. This is really basic because we created this set status here. Of course, we could do something more interactive. But here we've got our answer, so let's try again. I subscribed again. I'm going to come back to unsubscribe. I'm going to type codewithguillaume@gmail.com, and I'm going to click on unsubscribe. You are successfully unsubscribed. When I go to my unsubscribe list, I got my new email here, okay, with a new ID, because I already did it one time, so I'm recorded one time, and here I got it. On my email, I just received a new email. And if I type on unsubscribe, I got my status 200, and I disappeared from the subscribers table. Let's work now on the login system of our app. We are going to create this login page that we have here. All the other pages are public for now. So I'm going to come back. And the first thing that I want to do, I want to talk about authentication and authentication with Supabase. Okay, so we used until now the SDK of Supabase JS. And what's happening is that since that moment, we had news on Supabase and we can use now a package that we already installed. This package is the auth helpers of Next.js and we used it in our middleware up here. Okay, so what is the difference between this package and this SDK here? Well, basically, they are doing the same things. However, this package is specifically done for Next.js. And in the middleware, what we do, we create a middleware client. And we use this Supabase instance to get the session. So this package is made to actually give us a function that we can help to manage the authentication. On our context, if we want to actually catch here the session, so the cookies, we need to set the session with the same package. So here we can't use this create client from the SDK. We have to use the create client from this package. This is a common mistake, and I even wrote an article about it, that many people are doing right now. They mix the two packages, the SDK and the Supabase Auth helpers Next.js. Please don't do this. I'm going to show you how to fix that problem, because if you are using the SDK on your context and you use on the middleware the package Auth helpers, you will never get the cookies in this part. All right, so we're going to come back. And here we've got this Supabase that is set up here. And remember, we created under our lib folder a Supabase instance, which is here. So basically, we are not using it anywhere for now, right? So what I can do is just to put Supabase SDK like this, or you can give the name that you want. But here, or Supabase admin if you want, whatever. But here we've got an instance that is using the service role key. And basically here, this SDK is mainly usable for service role key most of the time. You will find a lot of articles and comments that are saying this online. So us, we would like to create another instance of Supabase. And this another instance would be the instance that we would use inside our client. So we can call it just Supabase. And this function is going to come from actually the package that we already installed. You understood, it's the Supabase Next Auth package. So the function we want to use, it's create client component client. And we don't need to pass the keys inside here. If you respected the name of the keys, it will find them immediately. Okay, so we've got our Supabase instance here. So what I can do is just to remove this, but here I don't have Supabase anymore. Remember, we returned Supabase at the end. So what I can do is to import again Supabase here, and not Supabase admin, but this Supabase here. And there we go, we've got our Supabase instance in here that is available again. So now what we can do is just to actually fetch the current user. But we need to come back here on the login page after, and we will need to use the same client coming from the same package. All right, so let's just finish in here for now. Let's say that if we launch the application, we would like to fetch the current user. So here what I can do is simply using Supabase, okay, and I can just await, and I await Supabase Auth, and then I can get the session that is coming from here. So it's going to be an asynchronous function, and there we go. So if we catch data, okay, if we catch data, first we want to console log the data. And of course, in this data, there will be a user. We want to set the user up here. So I'm going to type set user and here data.user. You are not obliged to do this. I'm just doing this because I want to return the user everywhere. All right, so we've got our fetch user that is ready. Now, if we've got a session, it's supposed to log in our user immediately, and is supposed to log in him to the main page, which is here. So I can write I am logged in just in here, and we should be good. However, here we see that we didn't try to log in yet. And remember, we already created a user under our auth table inside Supabase. We've got an email, we've got a password, and we do not authorize anybody to sign up to this app because this is a private app. So what we need to do now, we need to create actually our login page. So we are going to do it right away. See, I switch my screen for you to see the whole integration process like this, and probably we're going to do that for the next lesson to create the whole application. So now we are going to code our login page. So I'm going to go to the top and I'm going just to turn this page as a client component for now. And now I'm ready to go. So let's go. We are going to integrate this page. Remember, we created a component called button, and we are going to use this button down the app. So it's going to be the button to just launch actually the login process. Okay, so we are going to work on the design at first. So as a class name here, I'm going to have a BG Gray 100. It's going to be with full H screen. And I want to add some space on the top and on bottom inside my my page directly. So if I update, there we go, we've got our element. All right, so inside here, I would like to have a box on the middle. So I'm going to type div bg white, and then I'm going to use rounded LG. I would like to have some shadow, so shadow SM. Border, then I would like to have some width, and I'm going to add 300 pixels. Then it's going to be on MX Auto because I would like to be centered. I would like also to have some padding on the top and the bottom. I don't know if it's going to be like this for now, but let's say that. I'm going to have some gap, and then I'm ready. So here we see that we've got a little problem. Here I can come back and just put my 300 pixels inside there, and we should be good. So as we see, we've got this white box for now on the middle that is really nice. So here I'm ready to begin. So I'm going to have two inputs, and remember I showed you before I'm using snippets to go faster. So here I'm going to type form, and here my first input is going to be a text. So I can go here. I don't got anything yet, but I need to work here. It's going to be a name email, and on the data it's going to be email. And there we go, we've got our handle change on the top, and we are good. So I'm going to create actually the data that I'm going to send. So I'm going to go on the top here, and it's going to be a const data, and then set data. I'm going to call it like this, and I'm going to use a state. So I'm going to import user state. And inside here, my type, it's going to be an email. Remember, we got the email. And we got the password that is going to be a string also. And inside here, of course, I'm going to put at first an email, which is an empty string, and a password, which is an empty string also. Down here, we see that I'm using handle change. And remember, again, snippets, you go faster with that. I'm going to type handle change, and there we go. I got my function. So here I'm missing. There we go, we've got what we need. Okay, so we can see here that I got my text. I don't know if I zoomed a little bit, but there we go. I need to change this and to type email. So I got my email in here, and we are good. What I can do is just to copy paste this, or if you got a snippet, you can add the snippet directly. Here I can add my password, and it's going to be, of course, of type password also. And we see here that I'm missing something, so I'm going to come back to my SCSS, and I'm going to add my type password here to get the box. There we go. Probably on the label, I'm going to put something also nice like label, and I'm going to apply like a font medium and probably some margin bottom. So here I can type this, and there we go. We've got something nicer immediately, which is really cool. Okay, now I've got this. I would like to have an error message. And remember, we have these notifications that we created before. So let's just create a fake notification to check that. And I'm going to go here, fake notification. There we go. I'm going to save. And we've got our element that is appearing here. Okay, so this notification is going to be an error that I'm just going to put up here for now. Error, set error, which will be user state. There we go, of type, and let's say it's going to be type string. Okay, so for now I'm just going to put that, and I'm type string or undefined actually. There we go. So here I can put undefined by default, and let's say that I just want to show this if there is an error and we want to show the error inside. There we go, we've got our error there. And finally we are going to use, of course, our button. So I'm going to go here and type button, there we go, and I want to add my loading state that I don't have yet. I'm going to have it just after. I'm going to add login, and on click we are going to create a function called login simple, like this. So I'm going to go on the top, I'm going to import my button coming from the component, and I would need to create actually a loading and set loading. So here I could externalize actually all of this into a hook, but I don't want necessarily to do it. Let's just put it on true to see if it works. I don't want necessarily to do it because it's going to be only on this login page. So of course I will have a loading and error somewhere else, but for now I can just put it in here. We're going to wait for that. And we need to have this function, which will be an asynchronous function, that will be our login function. And there we go. So we see here that we've got a little problem with our spinner. So I need to come back to it, and I got to find a way. So I think it's a border T slate or border, and let's look at this. So if I had a border, yes, we see that the border appears, so I can probably add a border slate, and let's add some yes, there we go. And on border T we would like to put it on black, for instance, and there we go, we see it turning. So I want to just add some width to the border. It's going to be border 4, and there we go. As you see, we can probably lower that, and probably 300, it's going to be better. And there we go, we've got our spinner working. Okay, I'm coming back in here and I'm going to continue to integrate. So we got our full element down here. Now I want to work, I would like to work actually on the email function, and this is probably the most interesting for you guys. So I'm going to pass on Zen mode. It's going to be better. View Zen mode. There we go. And let's just write this function together. So I'm going to zoom because now I'm on a big screen and I know you're not going to see probably everything. So it's going to be good. Okay, we want to start by deconstructing our data. And inside data, we got our email and we got our password. There we go. So the first thing we would like to say is to stop and say if the email length is under 4 or if the password length is under 4. We would like to stop and return an alert that says actually, please enter a valid email or password. There we go. So we've got this. We are sure that it's going to work. However, the problem here is that we see that we have an operator. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I got the error. I should remove that. And we are good. Okay, so now we stop anybody that would like to enter actually a password that is empty. And remember, we've got this function isValidEmail that we can use, that I created. So isValidEmail is a function that I got inside my libutils. So what I can do here is I can also stop. Okay, I can also stop isValidEmail of email at this step, exactly the same. What I can do is to type return alert, please enter a valid email, and we should be good. Okay, so when we passed all those guards, what we can do here is to do a try catch, and this is where we are going to call, of course, our Supabase instance. So what we can do here, and we can type finally, there we go, we can set our loading to true, and we can at the end set our loading to false. All right, that's the first thing. Here we can put an any, and we can put actually a throw new error. Of course, you should never put an any here, but I don't want to work on the error right now, on the model of the error, on the type of the error. I'm just going to throw this. Okay, so here I'm going to deconstruct my call data error, and we are going to await our Supabase instance. And this is where we call actually the Supabase that we created previously. And on off, we are going to call the function called sign in with password. Okay, sign in with password is going to receive the email and password we created before. right? So we've got this function here, sign in with password, that we're going to use. So if there is an error, and it's going to be catched in here, of course, we want to return our set error. And the return set error, let's say it is going to be, sorry, impossible to log in. All right, there we go. However, if it passes and we want to be sure that we've got the data as a return, we want to do a specific operation at this step. What we want to do, we want to actually get the user. So here, from the data that is returning, and here we see that we got a user from the object data. We understand that here the data that we're going to use is probably going to have a problem with this data up here. So we need to call here the data Supabase. Let's call it data Supabase, and we're going to say if data Supabase, and here we extract here the user. We're going to have the user. But the user is not the only thing that we're going to have. We're going to have also the access token. And we're going to have the refresh token. From where? From this data Supabase, and here this would be the session. So I can deconstruct actually the session up here, and here we're going to have from the session our element. All right, so now we've got those elements. We got to set the session, because this session, we want to retrieve it inside our middleware down here, okay? So let's come back in here, and I'm going to await Supabase Auth again, and I'm going to use the function set session. And inside the set session, which will be an object, I'm going to pass the access token and the refresh token. When it's done, remember we've got this user that we can use from the context, and this is the first time we are going to call it. But if I go here and I type use app context, I can have access to my context. And I can have what? I can have the set user function and the user. So here I got the set user function, and I want to set the user at this point, at this moment. So I'm going to set the user down here. At this step, you would think that this is over, this is finished, we are going to be logged in. However, you need to refresh your Next.js application, because here you set the session, but the middleware is not called. So we need to call our router and say refresh to call again the middleware we created before. So we don't get the router, we need also to call the router. So I'm going to come back on the top, and I'm going to call my router use navigation there. And here in use navigation, remember this is the hook we are using where we get our elements. All right, we are ready to try. So I entered my email and my password. If I enter my console, we can see that I got an object and the session is null. This is the check that we do. I am here. I'm going to click on login. And what's happening immediately, it's redirecting me to the I am logged in page. So it worked. Now let's try to refresh the page. And it works, and we see down here that we've got the session, we've got the user. And what's happening in here is that every time a route is going to be called, there will be the middleware that is going to be called, and that is going to check actually for the session. And if there is a session, we will be logged in. If there is no session, the middleware will lock the route. Let's now work on the dashboard and on the skeleton of our current application. I'm going to come back on my context. So if I go here, I got my context. There we go. And this is where things happen. Okay, children is displaying every page. What I want to do, I would like to display here the sidebar if there is the user. And remember, we are supposed to get the user here. So if I type probably user email, okay, I don't get the user, but probably I can do this and say hello user, for instance. There we go. We've got our user up here. So let's say now if there is a user, we would like to display a sidebar. So I'm going to come back here to my components folder. And on my components folder, I'm going to create a new component called sidebar. And inside, I'm going to create an index.tsx. Let's just, for now, initiate our sidebar. So I'm going to use my sidebar this way, and there we go, we've got it. I'm coming back in here, and I'm going to say if there is a user, we want to have the sidebar. Okay, we've got the sidebar. However, we would like to have it on the left side of our app. So I'm going to wrap all of this inside a main component, and I'm going to use this. And I'm going to say it's going to be flex, items start, justify start with full, and there we go, we've got our two elements next to each other. Our children here, it's going to be inside a div. Okay, and inside this div, I want to have also a with full and an age full. So there we go, we are done for this dashboard part. Now what we want to do is to work on this huge sidebar, and God knows that we have a lot of work to do in here. We have to create the full sidebar that we would like to have. So one of the first thing probably I'm going to do is to go grab some icons there, and I'm going to pick up some icons because I would like that in my sidebar I would get some icons. Okay, so now that is done, I can show you. I got my icons here. So I got a close icon. I got a lot of other icons that I'm going to use inside my sidebar. So I'm going to come back here, and here we can start to code our sidebar. So I'm going to work a little bit first on the design of it. So here my sidebar, I want it to be class flex call, and I want it to be on min H screen, right? I would like that my sidebar would be full screen. So if I can put a BG red 500, we're gonna see here when we update, then my sidebar is going to take everything in here, and there we go, we've got the sidebar. Okay, so we've got the min H screen here. It's going to be on PY6, PX6, I'm not really sure, so I put both of them right now. It's going to be on overflow hidden. I don't want to have any element going outside of it. Then I'm going to have 360 pixels, right? And a border here. And there we go, we've got something that looks already like a real sidebar. Okay. In this sidebar, there will be actually two parts, right? So here, I can remove that for now. In this sidebar, there will be at first like the user item, like the user that is logged in. Even if it's going to be only me, I would like to have a user item. So what I can do here is to have a first div, and here it's going to be current user item. Okay, we're going to create this element just after. All right, so on the div here, I'm going to have some margin bottom, there we go, and on the bottom in here we're gonna have a withful class grow. We're gonna have here actually the whole menu, and if we put actually a BG red 500 here, we see that the menu is going to take all the 8, and on the top there will be the user item. Why? Because I put the grow in here. Okay, so now I've got this. What I want to do actually is to create a menu where I loop in. Okay, so what I need to do at first is basically to declare this menu and this menu item by extension. So I'm going to have a first an interface will be a menu item, and I would like to have my icon, so the icon that I catch before. So I'm going to put an any here, which I'm not supposed to do, but I'm going to do it. Then I'm going to put a title, and a path. Okay, all right, so we got our interface menu item. Now I can export also this menu here, so which will be actually composed of an array of menu item. So why do I export those two elements? Probably because later I would need to use them somewhere else. And of course here I'm putting the interface menu item in here and not inside my type folders, because I don't know if I'm going to use it somewhere else. So for now, I just spare some space inside my types or my interfaces because I got only one file, and I keep it where I need it. If I do this all the time, I will save a lot of time developing my applications. So here I'm going to create actually the first element of my menu. And here as an icon, I'm gonna have the home icon that I catched from my icons website. And here the path is going to be the slash, and the title is going to be the dashboard. The main page will be actually this dashboard here. All right, we've got it in here. It doesn't appear yet. We're going to work on that just after. I'm going to continue, and I'm going to use exactly the same. But instead, I'm going to have this for a page called campaigns. So the campaigns are going to be the center of the application. This is through the campaigns that we are going to send email to subscribers. So I got an icon that I called email. Yeah, there we go. I want an icon email. And then I'm going to have an icon lists for the page of the list of the subscribers. So I can put the list here. And actually, what I want to do before the list, I want to display the subscribers. So subscribers here, it's the component with the icon that I also created, and we get it in here. Subscribers in here, and I'm going to have subscribers down there. Okay, you don't see it yet, but our sidebar is actually ready to be used. What we need to do here, we need to create the menu and the user item that is going to be on the top. So which one do you want to start with? Okay, let's start with the menu. So the menu list, it's going to be a subcomponent inside the sidebar. So I'm going to type menu.tsx, and here I'm going to create this component called basically sidebar menu to catch it. And here I'm going to call sidebar menu. There we go. So what I'm going to do immediately, I'm going to go down here, and instead of having the menu, I'm going to call the sidebar menu. There we go. And I already know that I want to pass my menu, which is up here. So this component would be cool because if I would have several menus in the future, I will be able to reuse this component. So I can pass the menu this way, and we should be good. We have the menu in here. However, it's not declared inside here. So now we need to work on this menu element. Okay, so as a prop, we pass the menu, which basically is an array by default. And if we have to work on the type of it, suddenly we see that we need our menu item. So we were good by using the menu item exported from the sidebar up here. So I can type menu item, and actually I can import this menu item. Menu item from where? From actually components, and here it's going to be from sidebar. And there we go. So we've got our element in here. And what we would like to have actually inside this menu, and we can work on the design at first, is a grid. We want it to be widthful, and we want some gap between the elements that we are going to create down here. So what I can do is to map through this menu. And here, this is clear that we are going to have an item that is on menu item type with an index number. There we go. And we want to return actually a link, and this link is coming from next link. So immediately I can pass the key as an index, and I need to pass an href. And remember, we have our path, item path, coming from the menu we created before. Inside here, remember we got our item icon, and after that we have our item title. And if we look here, we can see already that we've got our menu that is created here. So it's immediate satisfaction. I'm going to continue, and I'm going to add some style to it. All right. So the thing is that here, I'm going to go to the line. I'm going to have a class name, and this class name, it's going to be dynamic because we would like to have some different backgrounds for it. So it's going to be flex item center, justify center, and we type it so much that we can probably create a class for it, but that's the game. Then I'm going to put some space on the left and on the right, let's say px1. some space on the top and the bottom, rounded LG, gap 2, and on hover, what we would like to have is a BG gray 100. All right, we should be good with that. Let me look at the result. So here, it's not going to be justify center, it's going to be justify start. There we go. And we can come back to it instead of capitalize. What I can do is just not making any mistake. All right, we've got this. And here, there's something we would like to do. We would like to know if the pass is active or not, because if it's active, we want to display something else. So here, I'm going to use pass name, and I need to import pass name. Remember from my use navigation hook. So here I got my use navigation hook and I got my pass name, which will give me my pass name. If the pass name is equal to item.pass, what we would like to do is to have a BG gray 50. Then otherwise we would have nothing. Okay, we can do that. So if I do this, we can see a little bit. So here it's probably not gray enough. We are on dashboard right now, so we see that it's gray. And when I pass my mouse on the other, we see that it doesn't change. So it's too violent. I would like to have some transition and also a width full, and we should be good. All right, our menu item looks really nice. I don't know what you think about that. If you like it, put that into the comments. It's really nice, a very nice design system that we created ourselves. We are going to continue, and this time we are going to go on the user item, and I created something really nice for you guys, inspired about a lot of design that we used before, but actually it's going to be really nice. I'm going to close all of this. I'm going to go to the source folder, to the components folder, and what I need to create, it's an avatar component. So I'm going to type avatar.tsx. And I'm going to start by this. So I'm going to initiate again. And as you see now, you understood that the snippets, this is the life. I'm going to initiate my avatar component, which will be only a design component. Okay, there will be no logic into it because we are going to reuse this element later. Okay, inside my avatar, I'm going to have a prop. And this prop is going to be by default a user. That would be on type undefined. Of course, this user could be of type user. Okay, so here I'm going to say also that we can have a variant, which will be a false. So what I can do is to have an interface avatar that would have the user of type user, and you understood it's coming from here, or undefined. And here we're gonna have small, which will be a Boolean, and there we go. Okay, so what I can do is to pass my avatar here, and we can call it avatar props. And we've got our avatar props. Here we are. Okay, in this avatar, so we are going to code it right away. What we have is actually a rounded avatar. I want to have something round, so I'm going to use item center, justify center, right? Overflow hidden. I don't want to have something that comes out. Then I want to have a rounded full, there we go. And I would have to have some shape to it, which will be BG 900. What I want to have is something exactly like what we have on Gmail. You know, they take the first letter of the email and they use it. So to go faster, I'm just going to import my avatar here, and I'm going to pass my current user that we have here. And of course, we don't have any user. So what I need to do here is to import my user. So I'm going to do it from here. I'm not necessarily obliged. It's not mandatory to do it in here. But I can call my use app context, okay, and get, of course, my user from my use app context. And there we go. So I'm going to save. And here avatar is asking for small, but we didn't say that small can be actually optional. Okay, so I am logged in. I passed the element, but I didn't work actually on the letter. So I'm going to put class name. It's going to be font bold, text white, and capitalize, And inside here, what we want to have is the user. So user and user.email, and we want to have the first letter, which is the letter 0. And look at this. We've got our big avatar up here, and it's not really rounded because we didn't finish the work, but this is basically what we want. Let's create a function called const getSize, and this function is going to return, if there is small here, just want to return 28 pixel. Otherwise, I want to return 36, and you will see that we will have this in the future. So we got our get size. So here what I can do is to put inside my style. I can put my min width and my min 8. So it's going to be min width here, get size. Okay. And min 8. And of course, in the future, I will be able to change it if I want. Min 8 and min width. And there we go. We've got it. Okay, but we don't want the avatar here. We want the user item. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a user item, and I can put it either on the component, either on the sidebar. It's going to be all right. So I got my user item component, and I'm going to go here. And actually, this avatar user, it's supposed to be here inside my user item. So I'm going to initiate this component again. It's going to be called user item. And this is where I need to call my user, not on the sidebar. I need my user item because for me, it's just going to be used in here. If it's, of course, for another user, if you want to export the component, you shouldn't enter into business logic inside this component and inside any other component, actually, that you would use. Okay, so we've got our user here, and this is where my avatar is supposed to go. And we understood that here, basically, it's going to be like a box with the name of the user and the not the password, the email. So here I can just put a relative, there we go, and then a relative division, and I put my avatar on the top. And we should be good. So instead of having this avatar in here, I can just call my user item directly from here. And when we update, we got it. Okay, so I got my div in here, relative. And now we can work on this element. So I'm going to add a class name flex, item sender, justify sender. And there we go. We got our round. And it's going not to be justify sender, actually. It's going to be justify start. So we can have our element on the start. There we go. With full gap free. px2, py2, text black. I want to have text black. And I want to have a transition when I actually over this element. It's going to be a shadow SM, cursor pointer. And I want it to have a border. I want it to be rounded XL. And we already see the difference here. So I can put over BG gray 50 and we should be good. So look at this nice element we created. When I pass my mouse on it, we see that there is a over element. So it's really, really cool. It's the beginning of something. All right, so we've got our avatar. And after that, next to it, I would like to have some elements. And by the elements that I want to have is actually the email. And I would like also probably to limit the string because otherwise I would have an email that will pass through my element. And that's not what I want. So what I want to do at first is to have a grid and I want it to be grow and width full. So if we put BG red 500, we're going to see that it's going to take all the width. Okay, if I put an element in here, there we go. We see that it's going to put all the way. So inside here, I'm going to have a div text SM. Then I want it to be anti-aliased. There we go. Then font semi-bold. And I want it to have white space, no wrap. And there we go. Inside in here, I would like to have my user email. Okay. So here, there we go, we got our element. Going to remove this BG red that we've got. And we see that we already pass outside the sidebar. So the first thing that we can do To avoid this kind of error is of course the overflow hidden. But this is not fixing the problem. What we would like to have is to have a function called limit string that would limit the string. Or with Tailwind, you can also use this class to help you. So me, I prefer to have this function. And if I go to my lib, actually, I only got one function. Now I want to write a function that is going to limit my string. Okay, so here I'm going to write my function. You're not obliged to do it. You got tons of libraries that can help you, but me, I want to do it. It's going to be a limit also parameter that we're going to use. And this function is going to say, if there is no string, you return the function. Nothing's happening. Or if the string limit is, if the string length, is under the limit, what we want to return is the string itself. Otherwise, we want to return the string sliced. So slice help you to cut actually your element, plus here the 3 points. Okay, so we've got our function limit string. So I'm going to come back and I want to wrap actually here my user email inside my function limit string. What we would like to have also, it's the same just after it, but to have, instead of this black bolt line, we would like to have the real email. So until the moment we don't get the full name, we can put the email for now. Okay, just look at this very nice beginning. We got our sidebar with our items in here. This is the real beginning of the application, but you saw that with a bit of design, we can really fast succeed to create something that works and that is nice at the same time. Okay, let's continue. We got this home page that does absolutely nothing, and we would like to have something nice to display. And what we would like to have on this home page, we would like to have some analytics part. So when we arrive on the home page, we would like to know how many subscribers do we have, how many campaigns we send, how many lists, some elements and stuff. Of course, in this course, we will not be able to create a full entire analytics system, but what we would like to have is something nice to display at first, and probably in the future, we will continue to add more elements to it, okay? Okay, so what I want to do here is to work on my home page, and I'm going to start right away by creating something nice. So I'm going to go here, and on my div, actually inside here, I'm going to have a header, and it's going to be flex item start and justify between. Okay, we think about a header in two parts. The first part would be like a welcome, okay, and with this welcome page, so I'm going to update, and we're gonna have our welcome here. There we go. We see that we got some stuff to do to work on the design and also to work on the padding. All right, back in my global.scss, I've added some style. Here we've got an H1. I added some colors to my future button that I'm going to use. Those are the elements that I'm going to need. But here I need to come back to the context. And here we see that we would like to have some padding. So immediately I can test to add a P8, a padding 8 to my application to see. There we go. We see that we've got some space. Probably it's too much because on the sidebar we've got something, yes, on the same line, and there we go. Okay, so we've got our PX6. We can continue. So here I got welcome, and I would like to have also is a button, and remember we got the component button. And I would like to have a button new campaign. This button new campaign here on the top will be the main action of the app. We want to send email. Remember, this is a newsletter app. So when we create a campaign, we get the editor of the campaign and we get the editor of the mail. That's what we want to do. So we've got this main campaign, and remember, I created this new class primary that gives a bit of style. I choose a color green, which is really nice. Okay, here, this is cool. We've got our button. We're going to come back to it after. What we would like to have down here is more like some cards. So what we need to do is just to come back actually to our components folder. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to create a new file called card.tsx. Okay, so as you see here, all the components except user item probably should not be here. Here are very generic components that I could use everywhere in any app. Here, this is the business logic. This is how I try to tend as an architecture pattern in all my applications. Okay, let's create our component. So here I can actually use my favorite snippet. You understood that? Here it's going to be a function card. And inside this function card, we're going to have some props. So here, this card, we want to use it for every element that is going to be passed. So there will be a count of number. And here it will be the number of our analytics number, actually. Here, it's a React node that we want to pass, because sometimes we'll have some custom elements, and we're going to use the React node for that. And we should be good. Here, so I can just insert all the elements that I got up here, so children, title, and I'm going to declare them as card props, and we are good. And now we need to work on this card. So let's go here. I'm going to use actually a border again, which will be rounded to XL, shadow SM, and it's going to be a P6. So here I'm going to put a test. Okay, that's my first card. And I'm going to come back to the home. And on the home, what I'm going to do, just after the header, I'm going to put a main, which will be a grid called 4. I would like to have 4 columns full of cards. All right. Then, so I can just put that at first. Then inside here, I can call my card. Okay, so here I got one card, and if I got several cards, we see that I got several columns, and if I continue, we see those elements. So what we can do, we can build on this. So I can have a gap 4 on every element because I want to have some space. But also on the header, I would like to have some space down here, so I can put margin bottom, and there we go. We've got our elements there. What I want to do also is to say, okay, on LG, you are on grid calls 4, otherwise you are on grid calls 1. We would like to have those elements. So it's immediately here, it's immediately responsive, right? Okay, so now we did that. We got our card, and we would like to give some titles, some elements to it. So let's come back to the card itself, and let's work on the design. So what I want to do is to have 2 div here that will be different from each other. And in this div, the first one, I would like to have some flex into it. Flex start, justify between, then gap 3 and margin bottom 2, because we see that we got another element. And in here, what I would like to have is my title. Remember, we've got a title coming from the card. So we can come back immediately here, and I can just say I'm going to have 4 of them. Just going to put some titles to it. So here it's going to be campaign. Okay, I want to have here campaigns, some stats on campaigns. Then I want to have some stats on subscribers. Then I want to have some stats on emails sent. Then I want to have some stats on lists. And there we go. We can have a count, and let's put for now a fake count, which will be 0. And we should be good. We should have this, which will help us to work on the rest of the card. So I'm going to come back. And I would like to put my count on the bottom. So I'm going to go here, and I put my count, and we've got our 0. I'm going to add a class, and it's going to be text to XL, font bold, and there we go. We see that we've got something big. So I'm going to just expand this a little bit, and I'm going to de-zoom in here. I'm sorry for those who have little screens, but it will be nicer to see. So we've got our elements here, cards, that are displaying other elements inside in here. And what we would like to do is just not to pass on 4 columns to 1, at least like this. We would like to have a separation on the middle. So what I can do is to use grid calls 2, And when we switch, we see that we pass from 4 to 2 to 1, okay? 4 to 2 to 1. That's what we would like to have, okay? Okay, I'm going to come back now again, and we are good. Remember, we have a children inside the card, and this children, it's supposed to be an icon. Remember, we can have an icon also. So what I want to do is to inject icons directly from here. So we've got the children here. So if I open my component here, I can call my campaign coming from the campaign's icon. So if we come back here to the components on icon, I got, actually it's email, it's not campaign. I got this SVG, which is here, that I can call. So I'm going to come back in here and I can type email, and we see that I can call my element, and it's not shown in here. We forget to show this, these children inside the card. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to just pass the children, and we see that we've got our little email, which is here. It's too little. So what I want to do, because my SVG is irritating from the size, so I'm going to put a text to Excel. Here, I'm going to pass here, and we've got something bigger. We can now add all the other elements. So here for subscriber, you understood it's going to be the subscriber here coming from the icon, and then we should be good. There we go. For the email, we can use again the email. It's okay. We are not shy about that. And for the list, it's going to be the list. So I'm going to come down and put my slash card, close my elements, and there are a lot of snippets or a lot of extension on VS Code that can help you to do that. So here I'm going to put my list. There we go. And we should be good. So we see here that we got quickly a nice dashboard that we can use inside our home. So this is really cool. So what I would like to do is when I click on this button, I would like to hide this whole dashboard and have some kind of slide bar, right? A slide bar where I could put as a children a form. So here is going to be for a new campaign, but later it's going to be for a new list or every new feature that I'm going to add to this app. Okay, so what I want to do is to create a component that I would be able to reuse in every page that I got. So when I click on it here, it's not going to be a pop-up, it's going to be like a slide bar. So I'm going to stop my terminal, I'm going to type, and here I'm on the folder component, I'm going to type touch slidebar.tsx, okay, and there we go, I got my component. And this component here, Slidebar, I'm going to initiate it. It's going to be called Slidebar. There we go. I would like to just put it in here, inside my my home, actually, here to just display this element. So just after my main, I'm going to call my Slidebar, okay, coming from my component. And here, if I update, we're going to see that I got this hello, which is down there. All right. So there is two things. The thing is that here in my home, remember we want to show or hide this element. So I have to create a show and set show here variable, which is going to use user state from React. And it's going to be by default on false. Okay, so I'm going to come back here and I'm going to type this is a Boolean. And there we go. So we got show and set show. So what I want to do, I want to say here, down here, I want to say, hey, just show Slidebar if show is on true, okay? So I can start doing this. Just for the development, I'm going to put it on true. I'm going to come back later to put it on false. Okay, this Slidebar component here is going to have, of course, props. So we can start by writing props, and probably I'm going to zoom a little bit. I'm going to type interface Slidebar props, okay? And in here, I'm going to have, of course, children. So probably there will be no children sometimes for some reason. I'm going just to let it like this as an optional. Then there's going to be a title. And then there is to be a function. And this function is going to be onClose. And this onClose function, we're going to use it in here, okay, down here, to trigger set show. So it's easy to understand. What I can do here is to click here to put my props, and I'm gonna say, hey, on close, you set show on false, right? So here I got this element. So what I need to do here is to pass my elements to my parameter. So I'm going to type Slidebar props. There we go. So we're gonna have children, we're gonna have title, and we're gonna have on close. So we are good. Okay, so here we can see that I'm missing some element. So here as a title, actually, nothing is going to be passed to the Slidebar directly in here as a title. But for now, I'm going to put it because I don't know yet. And here is going to be new campaign, of course. Okay, so we've got the title. So here, let's say that I'm going to put my title inside the props, and I can remove this loading for now. And we can see that we've got a new campaign that appears in here. So remember this Slidebar, we're going to use it later for other pages. So, okay, so we've got here our button that is actually our button. We don't have yet the button that is showing or hide the new campaign. So what we can do here on my button, primary new campaign, I can put exactly the same function. However, it's going to trigger here set show on true, okay? So what I need to do is to put here on click, it's going to be equal to the function, and we should be good. So let's say it's going to be on false, okay, there we go. When I click, and here we see that we've got some code that I need to remove, there we go. If I click up here on new campaign, we can see that it shows the new campaign. Let's say that I'm going to go down here. So let's say that we're gonna have the H2 with the title just here. Let's say that I'm going to have a button, and let's say that this button is going to do exactly the same. So here I'm going to call my button, there we go. And here it's going to be close or cancel. Let's call it cancel, there we go. And on click, we are going to use what? We are going to use on close, the function that we passed before, okay? So we have our new campaign here, so I'm going to close it. And if I click again, there we go, we got something functional. This is a good start. Okay, let's pass the children now. So here I'm going to put the children on my Slidebar. And down here, I'm going to open my Slidebar. And I'm going to pass here a paragraph. Content from parent. All right, there we go. So if I click, we see that we've got content from parent. So we will be able to pass any component that we want that will carry actually its own business logic. So here, we're going to have a new campaign form. This new campaign form is going to send the form to Supabase. And then it's going to emit an event saying, hey, I sent the form. So now we can close the Slidebar. Okay, so I come back here. I put it on true, so it will be better to develop this Slidebar. We are here, and now we can focus actually on working on this Slidebar. All right, so we've got our element Slidebar with the props, etc., etc. We would like to do some design. We would like that this element would hide everything in here. So basically, the first thing we would like to do is to put it on absolute. Okay, so when I click on absolute, it's going to stay at its place. And then I need to put a BG white with full, 8 full. And then I would like to be on the top 0 and on the left 0. So there we go. We see that we've got our element that is taking all the space. I'm going to click on cancel. If I click on new campaign, I can open it. Otherwise, I can click like this. And it's working perfectly. It's hiding everything. All right. So inside here, I want to put a header. And in this header, I want to put my element like this. And I would like to get some effects. So let's say I'm going to add a border B. It's going to be flex item center, justify between, and I want to add some px8, py6, and we should be good. Now, when I open my new campaign, I got this header up here with the elements directly here with the cancel button. So I got new campaign, and if I put it on the full screen, I got new campaign with cancel here. And when I click on it, I can show or hide this huge Slidebar, and it's called Slidebar. We didn't do any animation, but probably later we're going to do an animation. We would like the Slidebar to come from the right to the left or the bottom to the top. But here we can see that we can inject our element, And when we will be able to get our function, we will try to emit the function on close to close the slide bar. It's time for us to work on our campaign, and we're going to start by creating the hook. Then we're going to create the table campaigns, and then we're going to create the form that will lead us to the page. All right, so I'm going to start on the hooks here, and I'm going to create a new hook, and this new hook is going to be called useCampaign.ts. In this hook, I'm going to have the whole logic of my current application. So I can basically, my current application, my current screen of campaigns. Here it's going to be const use campaigns. I'm going to zoom a little bit. There we go. And here this function is going to return at the end some elements, everything that is linked actually to my business logic of campaigns. Okay, so I got use campaigns here. And in use campaigns here, the first thing that I would like to return, this is a bit dumb, but I need it. It's always the loading, set loading, because here I'm going to trigger some function that are going to load, right? So here I could have a Boolean, and here Boolean, there we go. And then it will be on false. So the first thing that I would like to return here, it's my loading state, right? Okay, so after that, what I want to do is just to add a new campaign, because here I would need a new campaign. And remember, we have our type campaign that we already created, so we know the model. So I'm going to type const here, and it's going to be new campaign, okay, set new campaign, there we go. And here it's not going to be of type Boolean, of course, it's going to be of type campaign coming from the types. So we got it in here, and here I got to put an object. And in this object, because I already wrote the model, I already know what I need to have inside this campaign. So at first, we're going to have a name, and it's going to be called a new campaign, for instance. As a from, I can put, because this is my only application right now, but probably in the future, we will be able to change it. I'm going to put newsletter@codewithguillaume.com. There we go. As a subject, I want to put undefined. Okay, and I want to do exactly the same for list ID for now. I don't got any list. The status here, I can probably put a status so I can come back which are the status of campaign. The campaign status here, it's inactive. Let's put inactive by default. So I'm going to put inactive. There we go. And at the end, the user ID, which for the moment is undefined. And actually, it's not really undefined. I can set it up directly from my session. Okay, so we will get the new campaign and the set new campaign, and of course that's what we want to return. So down here we're going to have new campaign and set new campaign, and there we go. So we've got the logic of creating a new campaign. Now remember, we're going to have a page, and in this page we're going to have all our campaigns. So of course what we need to do is to create a campaigns and set campaigns variable, which will be a user state of campaign with an array. And then it's going to be of type array with an array inside an empty array. And we should be good. Of course, we want to return those campaign and set campaigns also. So we will be able to get the campaign and set the campaign. And as functions, we're going to start right now to write some functions that we're going to use. Okay, so here I'm going to have a form. And in this form, I actually want to put information, set it up to Supabase. So the first function that I can create is save campaign. And save campaign will be an asynchronous function that will receive what? It will receive here a campaign. So here a campaign of type campaign, and we should be good. Okay, so probably I should put more space writing this hook here. It's going to be better. So here I'm going to add a try catch. Again, here I'm using a hook that I wrote. So what I can do here, it's a hook for view free, so I got to write it again. So here we're going to have set loading on true, and down here we're going to have set loading on false after our loading. And there we go. Then after, what I'm going to do here, I'm going to use Supabase, and remember we have our Supabase instance. So I can call data error here, and it's going to be await here I'm going to call Supabase from my lib, and I'm going to type Supabase from, and here I can put campaigns. I want to insert or upsert, it depends. Here I'm going to put upsert for now, because by the time I'm doing it, it's going to work. Upsert, there we go. And then I want it to have it back, select. And if there is data here, this is where I'm going to add something to our application, which will make the experience way better. Zoner is a library that creates toast, really easy toast to implement to your application. It's really easy to handle. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to install Zoner, and I'm going to return actually toasts directly inside my app to notify the user if the campaign has been saved or not. Okay, so back in here, I'm going to stop and I'm going to type npm install Zoner if I didn't do it yet. When it's done, what I can do is to rerun the application, and instead of console logging or doing anything else, I'm going to type toast from Zoner, and it's going success, and here we're going to have successfully saved campaign. There we go. For the error, we're going to do exactly the same, but the message will be different, of course. It's going to be error saving campaign, and we should be good. So we've got our save campaign, which is down here. Of course, I need to return it. So I got my save campaign. Now, what I want to do is to get my campaigns. Remember, we've got those campaigns up here, and probably we will understand that we don't necessarily need to set the campaigns directly down here. Probably we should have it, because we can do some optimistic UI. For example, when we save a campaign here, if it's doing good, we're going to change probably here and set the new campaign directly. So what we're going to do first is to get the campaign. So I'm going to type get campaigns. It's going to be an asynchronous function. And here we're going to just copy paste all of this, and we're going to make some changes. So here we don't want to actually have the toast. We want to console log the error. And what we just want the elements from campaign, and we want to select everything from them. So we add this, and I'm going to add get campaign at the end. So we've got our get campaign, and here we don't do any operation. So what we need to do is to say, hey, if there is data, we want to set campaign actually from data. So we will be able to retrieve our campaigns here on the array. We will be able to retrieve them everywhere. We're going to call this hook. It's time now to create our form. The form will be new campaign, and we will inject it to our Slidebar. So I'm going to go to components. I'm going to create a new folder called campaigns, and here I'm going to create a new .tsx. Quickly, I'm just going to initiate my new campaign, and I'm going to inject it directly to my page. So the main page where I got my button. So I can come down here, and here I can put new campaign, and we should be good. We should have here, we need to update. We should have here our new campaign, and there we go. So we're going to come back to this page. Do not close it, because we will need to close actually the Slidebar by using the hook that we already created. So we've got use campaign up here, and we can already extract from use campaigns. We can extract the new campaign, and we can also extract the set new campaign. That's the first thing we can do. What we can do also just after is to create a function that is going to catch every input value, and is going to set it up to our new campaign. So remember, I got this hook handle change that I wrote, and this hook handle change, which is missing a curly bracket. It's a really easy function that is going to catch the handle change, the name, the value all the time. So here instead I can put set new campaign instead of set data, because there is no data yet in here. Okay, so now we are able to write our form, and this form actually will be only on the right side, because on the middle here a campaign will be actually here a mix between the form for the new campaign, but also what we would like to have is the content of the campaign, so the email content of the campaign. Okay, so what I'm gonna have is a flex item start justify between here, and it's going to be with full h full. And if I want to test, I can put bg red 500, and there we go. We can see that I'm covering all the space, and inside here I'm going to have actually 2 columns. So I could use a grid, but here I don't want to use a grid. I'm going to create a div, and here it's going to be form. Okay, so here in this div I'm going to have a width, it's going to be 400 pixels, h full, border right, because I would like to make a separation, and there we go, we've got something already working. P6, flex call, and gap 4. I want to have some space between the elements. So if we can look here, we can see that we already got something. We could make a grid, it would be amazing also, but it's working like this. And here I'm going to have a class grid here, and width full, of course. And here it's going to be actually, it's going to be something else. It's going to be the editor that we're going to come back later. So let's work on the form that we've got in here. And remember, like always, I got my form here text that I can use to go faster my snippets, my magic snippets. So here I'm going to put a name. It's going to be new campaign. There we go, new campaign dot name. And we can already set the new campaign name. And remember, we put actually inside our hook a new campaign like this. Okay, so you see we can go very fast by creating our form. And now we can have a quick discussion about why I'm coding my own piece of form instead of using a library like React Form. I'm doing this because here I'm in control of my design system, and I'm also in control of the code that I'm writing. Also, it's lighter for me, probably it's more waste of time. However, when I code my own form, I know what is it doing, and I don't rely on a third-party library, so I prefer to code my own snippet and go faster like this. Okay, so we got this piece of grid here that I can reuse. So here I can put my from, and here instead of name, I can put my from. And what I can do also here, if I would like to, here we can see that I give the opportunity to change the address. If I would like to, I could disable it, okay? So let's say that I put disable, and suddenly I would not be able, because we worked on the design, remember, here I would not be able to change it. So here I'm just going to let it like this. So we got from, and then I got subject. So here I can put subject here and subject again. There we go. So I'm just going to update, because here we got the subject. There we go. And at the end we've got the list, and we didn't work on the list yet. We've got to work on it just after, but we can already put select a list, and it's okay if we're not gonna have any list. So here it's not an input, so I'm going to start again. It's going to be a form select, and we should be good. We don't got any item for now, so here it's not made this way. But there we go. And instead here, I'm going to put new campaign, and I'm going to have list ID, and the name is going to be list ID. So we'll be able to select here a list, select a list, and we should be good. Okay, we've got this form. This is really cool. Let's close, let's open again. We can see that I can change the name here. It's going just to be for an internal reference. Then the subject, my first newsletter, and then when we will get a list, we will be able to select the list to send the email. We've got our form for a new campaign, which has a sidebar to actually put everything about the new campaign. But here we would like to have an email editor, and this is what we are going to build now. Remember, we already sent a template, which is actually the template unsubscribe and subscribe to our subscribers or unsubscribers. So what we would like to have here is the body of the email that we're going to send on every campaign. So if we would like to have several templates here, we should have a list of templates that we could select. Me personally, I already got one. And this new template here, we are going to code it, but this template, I already got it on another course on Recent, you can find it, and I use React email for that. And I can use actually this template email to create my new email. So what we're going to do at first, we are going to use a tool called Novel. Okay, so let's go and check what is Novel. Novel.sh, it's actually a package created by Steven T from Vercel that helps you to actually write exactly like Notion. So as we see here, we can select everything in here and we can type what we want. We're going to use that for the body of our email. So let's install Novel. I'm going to type npm install Novel. And when it will be ready, I will be able to use Novel. Novel, it's a package that has other packages, such as the package TipTap from React that you can find online. And this package helps us to create what we call WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get. We're going to see quickly that we will need to adapt the CSS of Novel. And it's really easy to do. Here I wrote some CSS already, Novel Relative, which is a class of Novel. And I want to remove the border that we got here and the shadow. I just want to have the editor like this. I also got to work on the button, on the link. And as you see here, this is a quick tip about Tailwind CSS. If you want to overwrite and by using important from CSS, you can use it by writing hashtag and between curly brackets important with the exclamation mark. And on my component, I already got this template here that is using React email. This is not the one that I want to use. Actually, I want to create a subtract of this. So I need to create a new folder called template. And in here, it's going to be main.tsx. And we should be good. Again, I'm going to initiate this main template. And I'm going to inject this template here inside my new campaign so we'll be able to see it. So I come back here to my new campaign. And on the bottom here, I'm going to inject, remember, this is where the editor is. So where the editor is, I'm going to save. And if I update, we're going to see that it's going to appear here. There we go. So I want to call my main template. So I can type main template. So here we don't get it. I need to import it. And here, this main template is going to receive, of course, some props. So at components, and it's not inside component, it's inside template and main, and we should be good. There we go. We're gonna receive here some, props. And let's start by this. Remember, we want to edit here the content of our email. This in here, then we're gonna come back to create our use email hook to actually save our email. So what we want to catch here, it's going to be on content. And on content, we will want to first console log the content, okay? So you can start with that. This is a good beginning. However, we could find another solution. We can come back to it later. So I got my on content prop. So if I go here to my component, I can start to write my main template. So let's go. Let's first start with the interface main template props. And here there's going to be a function called on content. I want to what? I want to emit the content. Remember, this content is going to be a string. It's going to be the HTML or the JSON, depending on what you want, as a string. Me, it's going to be the HTML, of course. So here I got my on content. Okay. And on content is going to come from my template props that are here. Okay, so we are good. We can remove this unloading and we should be good. So let's just write right now the CSS, the style actually of our template. So we got something that we can look at. We can look the changes in real time. So it's going to be a BG Gray 500. and 100, sorry, and it's going to be min h screen, okay, and py12. So we already see here that the background of my email is going to be gray, exactly like the real template that I'm going to use. Remember here, we don't write the email via React Email. It is just an abstraction on how the email is going to look. And if you want to create several different templates that you want to inject here, and let's say that here we could have a list, you have to understand that this is just an abstraction of my email. Here I'm not using the real template. Of course, it has to look exactly like the real template. Okay, so we're gonna have a div again, and we don't want to have necessarily a specific font. With full, I want a container with a max width of 700 pixels. Okay, and here I'm just rewriting everything that I wrote before inside the template on my YouTube channel, but here is just for the demonstration. So bg white text lg, there we go. And here, remember, so we got our box, which is really cool. Here, remember, we want to have actually div class name. We want to have our image on the top, exactly like we did before. So with auto, and I'm going to call my image coming from next image. And as a source, I want to call my newsletter. So here on the top, I can import NL from, and it's going to be in the public. So I got to go back up. There we go, public banner. And there we go. We already got it here. And as an alt, it's going to be code with Guillaume's newsletter. When we look at it, we've got the body of the email. Now we can write the rest. So I'm going to come down here. And this is where the magic is going to happen. So I got my div, and inside this div here, I'm going to have, actually it's a div of class mx6my7. There we go. And we're going to have some text in here. So I can type text. And it's actually inside the email. There we go. So we've got our text that is going to be like this by default. Okay, so there will be two parts. There will be the editor that we're going to edit just right now. There will be a separator, and then there will be a footer. So I can type footer in here, and I can have my paragraph with a class name py4. And down here, I can inject some text. Thanks for following this newsletter. See you next Sunday, etc., etc. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. And this is where the magic happens. We install Novel, so now we can use directly the editor from Novel. So if I type editor here, I can see that I can call Novel. And there we go. I will get my Novel editor directly inside. What I need to catch here, so we can see, and if I remove the screen and I update, here I can see that I can type what I want. Hello from my newsletter. And we can see that we've got something functional. We can see here that the editor is directly inside, and we wrote remember we wrote the CSS to remove the border and the shadow. So now what I can use is exactly everything from from the Novel package. So here, if I would like to put a header, I can put a header. If I would like to put it on bold, I can put it on bold. Of course, it's inheriting from the Tailwind CSS that I already wrote. So we've got an editor that is working perfectly. Now what I would like to have in return, if I wrote an entire email, I would like to have the HTML. So when our editor is empty, we can see here that we've got all the options of the editor. And what we can do is on update, we can transform here our content to HTML by using the function get HTML. Be safe here, it's in capital letter. So I'm going to console log HTML, and also remember, we have our on content up here. So what I can do is just to here use on content HTML. And if I remember, I already got the HTML on the other side. Okay, so let's make a test. I'm just going to open here and I'm going to update. So we've got this all basic content that we can remove in here. And all this basic content here will be useless. And we see that when I try to remove, we already got all the content. Now I'm going to type something like subscribe to my channel here, and we can see that we've got here the HTML. Let's say that I want to turn it into a link, and here the link is going to be codewithguillaume.com, and I'm going to click on here, and we can see here that we've got all the content that is generated. This is really cool because this is what we would need later to send to our email template and then to send it by resend. Okay, so now we are ready. We got our main template and this is working perfectly. So what we can do, we can close it. And here we got the main template, and we actually emit the main template, the content to the, from the main template to the new campaign up here. What we will need to create is a new email, and we're going to attach this new email to the new campaign. All right, so let's come back here to our hooks, and we've got this use campaign. I'm just going to copy paste my use campaign here, the copy. I'm going to call it use emails, and we're going to start with that. Okay, so let's come back. We already created here a hook, new email with set new email with a status in here. Let's just import this one into our new component, which is up here. And we can definitely use here our use email hook. And we've got actually what we've got the email and the set email. So here I can just put email and set email. There we go. And we need a function to save this email. So also we will need just after to create the two tables, the table campaigns and the table email. So here I'm going to have a new function called save email. And it's going to be an asynchronous function that is going to receive an email. And again, we're going to use here the try catch, finally here, try catch directly that we have, finally here. And both of them are going to have a set loading on true, actually on false for the last one. Here we see that we don't get here the loading, so we can add it in here. So we're going to have loading, set loading, which will come user state here, and here it's going to be a boolean, and after that is going to be on false. So we've got it in here. We're going to return here loading and set loading, and of course there will be conflicts, so we will need to rename them, but that's all right for now. Here I don't want necessarily to catch an error. However, what I would like to do is to toast the error. So I can use toast coming from Zoner, error here, error saving email, okay? And I would have here on the top the same as we had before from the campaign. So what I can do is to use my data error here again, coming from Supabase, my client, and it's always the same logic after that. From emails here, and I'm going to actually insert. I'm going to insert what? The email. I want it back. And when I get it back, if data, I want to toast the success. And here is going to be successfully saved email. Okay, we've got it. There we go. So the function save email, we're going to send it also through here. Content here, down here, we don't save it yet. We need to set actually the email. So what we can do, again, is that we can use here this function and we can adapt it down here. So I'm going to come down, I got my content, and what I want to do is to set new email or set email. I think it's set email, there we go. And we want to save the content and keep the previous data. Okay, so I'm going to put that here. It will be better for you to read. We have this function here where we set the email with the content that we receive from the main template. So at this step, we've got an email. So now let's come back to the campaign, and we see here that we miss an email ID, which would be by default on undefined. Okay, when we save the campaign, remember we push the campaign, okay? But before we save a campaign, we should probably save the email. Okay, so how are we going to do that? Can we chain inside our new component, or should we put in here inside save campaign our email function. The first possibility would be to send the email just here, okay? So we send the email, and before we set the campaign, we save the email, okay? That's the first thing. The second thing, when we've got the email, we've got its ID. We set email ID to actually new campaign, which is up here, and then we save the campaign. This is the first possibility. The second possibility is to come back here and to create a function const save campaign, which would be actually in conflict because we already got one. And here we would do exactly the same, but we're not gonna mix both of them. It's possible to do also, it depends on what you want to do. Me, what I recommend you to do is to put all the logic inside your hooks, so you will be able to retrieve them. So that's what I want to do. I want to have an email. And if I don't have an email, I want to stop actually the process. So here I'm going to put if there is no email, okay, and if there is no email content, okay, I want to return what? I want to return a toast error. And I want to save here, I want to save actually missing email content. So here I need just to put this, the pipes, and we are good. Okay, so if there is no email content, we're gonna return the toast error that we got there. Okay, so here, this is the logic. We gotta do exactly the same. So I'm going to come here. I'm going to internalize all the business logic inside this function to be sure. So from emails here, I'm going to insert what? The email. But we already wrote this function, right? So could we actually use the function coming from another hook in this hook? The answer is on react.dev. Don't call hooks inside loops, condition, or nested function. Instead, always use hooks at the top level of your React function before any early returns. So basically, when we come back to our use campaign, what we're gonna do? Well, what we're gonna do is that we are going to remove our function save email, which is here. Or, I mean, we are not going to remove it. We are just going to take it and put it inside our use campaign. It will be faster. So here I'm going to come back in here and I'm going to put my save email. Why do I do this? I do this because I know that every time that I'm going to save a campaign, I want to be able to save my email. So this is the first step, because after we're going to check if the email already exists, and if it already exists, we're not going to save. So I'm going to here click on this save email function. And what I need to do is to wait for the email saved. Okay, so I can await for what? Save email. And save email is going to have an email. So instead of having this data, I can return my data with my email, which is here. And I already know it's going to be a single one, so I can put single. Otherwise, here, if there is an error, okay, what I want to return is a message or false. And we're going to stop here. So here I can return toast error. And what we're going to have here, so if there is no email, of course, we should stop. So here, this email is of type email, of course, and we've got it. So when we got the email saved, we can fulfill actually the rest. So if email saved, all right, we can deconstruct here with the ID of email saved, because we're going to have the ID for sure. And what I would like to do is to set on my new campaign the email ID. So here, down here, let's look at it. We already got the campaign in here. It's not going to be the local one. I could have done this, but I'm not doing this. I'm using here the campaign that I received as a parameter, because probably later I would use this campaign somewhere else. So what I can do is to add the ID directly like this. So campaign.email ID is equal to ID. I can wrap all the function that I had before, and I can set here my elements. So if there is no email saved, of course, I need to return an error. And I can here just write here my toast error and say email could not be saved. Okay, let's come back on what we did now. We went to use email and we created actually a function in use email to save the email. And this is not what we would like to do. We would like to have the whole logic inside our new campaign because every campaign is supposed to send an email. So we move the save email directly to the use campaign hook because we should never nest hook together. We should have separation of concerns, not inside of conditions, etc., etc. We saw on the official documentation of React that we should never nest hooks. So we've got our function save email, which is going to be on use campaigns because this is where we are going to use it all the time for now. So we've got our save email in here. And inside our save campaign, what we do at first, because we need the email ID before saving the campaign, we save the email. And if the email is not saved, we return an error. If the email is saved, we are supposed to get an ID in here. And we add to the campaign that we pushed through our save campaign. We've got here, through this email, the ID. We set the email ID to the campaign and then we save the campaign. And when it's done, it's supposed to be a toast success. Probably we will return something else just after, but we've got a circle that is working perfectly. Now we need to create the tables in Supabase and test it. So let's come here. I'm going to click on create a new table and I'm going to switch to the left, for this one. Okay, campaigns, here we don't want to enable real-time, we want to enable the row-level security. Here as an ID, I'm going to use a UUID that will be generated randomly. For the created at, we got a timestamp here. Okay, so I got a table campaigns here that I've created at, name, from, subject, list ID, status, user ID. I'm going to click on save and we're gonna have our new table campaign that will be part of our project on Supabase. And once the table are created, then we can make the relation. I'm going to go here and I'm going to type emails, okay, and it's going to be exactly the same and add the email editor outside of our campaign editor. Okay, so we got this. I'm going to click on save and we should be good. Now what we're going to do, we are going to relate the emails to the campaign. So I'm going to get back here to campaign. I'm going to click on edit table and I'm going to create a relation between email ID and the table email. So I'm going to go here, emails, and I got my ID here and I'm going to click on save on the bottom. And we see here that it's white. So it means that there is a relation between the campaign email ID and the public.email ID. So I'm going to click on save, and of course the campaign is going to have only one email, right? So we can do this and we are good. Now what we can do, of course, is to try to create this campaign and to save it, but we miss some fields and we also miss a button, so we got to create them now. Now back on our campaign editor with the email editor. We miss two buttons. The first button would be save as a draft and the second button would be send the campaign. So we would send the campaign when we will get some content, when we will get a list selected, and when we will get the status. So if we come back to our code here, we've got our new campaign, and remember the new campaign is under actually another page component, and this other page, if I come back to my project here, is at the root of my project. So if I come back here and every time when I'm trying to do something like this, I would have to be sure about my architecture to retrieve the component faster. Here I got a Slidebar and I got my new campaign, which is down here. And if I open again my Slidebar, we see that the buttons are here on the top. So we got the button close. However, the problem is that here we would like to have our button for the campaign here on the top. So how can we do this? Actually, if we think about it, this header that we got here should not be inside the Slidebar. It should be inside my new campaign component. Why? Because I would have the whole logic inside my new campaign component. So basically, what I would do is probably to delete this header. And so I don't need the props that I created before. And I should put my header up here inside the new component. So I'm going to come back here and let's look at it here. We see that on our architecture, we've got the flex like this. So I'm going to go on the bottom. I'm going to create a div. I'm going to put my header, and now I don't need to put the title because I know it's going to be new campaign at first. And inside here, I would like to put actually my other element. So now for on-click, we're going to just do it like this. And I'm going to import my button and we should be good. So let's look at it right now. And visually nothing changed. But now I got my, my header directly inside here, my slide bar. So if I remove the onClose component, the onClose prop, here my component is going to be just a slide bar, really simple like this. So what I can do is to remove my title. However, I still need to close the element from the component to the parent. So what I can do is to put here onClose on new campaign, and it would make sense. Okay, it would make sense because here onClose would be triggered when here I trigger my button cancel. So I can type onClose in here and I can just put onClose here as a void and we should be good. So you saw that I adapted my code that I wrote previously to be easier to handle. Now I know that when I'm going to send my campaign, I would like probably to close this element, okay, and it still works, right? I would like to close this element and trigger a notification. Okay, so let's come back. Now we've got our whole logic in here. What I want to do is to add 2 new buttons, and I can do it here because now I have the whole logic of the header inside my component new campaign. Of course, here it means that in the future, my slide bar would never have a header, and I will need to put the header directly from the component that I'm pushing here on the children. Okay, so we've got a button cancel. Remember, I want to add 2 buttons. The first one would be save draft, okay, and here it would be send. So if I come back, I get suddenly these 3 buttons like this. So what I need to do is to create a new div that would be flex gap 2, and here I'm going to get my buttons, and finally we have all of them like this, okay? So it's a bit messy like this. We don't really understand, and it's not cancel, it's more close, okay? So we're gonna put close, there we go. We don't really understand the order, right? So probably I'm going to put close at first, and then I have save draft here, and then I have send. So I would like to change the color between those 3 elements. For send, remember, I think we passed the color here. For send, I'm going to just pass a color, and here is going to be primary, and we've got the button in green. Save draft here can stay like this, or probably close would have to change, or I would put it somewhere else. But here we can see that I still get the option to save the draft or to send the campaign. So you understood that now at this point, we've got the table, we've got the function, we've got the button. We are going to save the draft directly inside our Supabase, and we would need at first to write the RLS policies. Okay, in my use campaign, I use the toast, but actually the toast can't be used in the hook. It has to be used here directly inside my component. So I removed everywhere I have the hook, and I'm returning my data when I get data, or I return my error when I get an error. So when I try, and here I'm going to try again, when I try to push my new elements, we can see that we've got false here as a response. And if I look at the error, we can see new row violates row level security policy for table email. I need to create a RLS policy to write inside my email table. So I'm going to come back here, and we're going to do it now. So I'm going to switch again here, and I'm going to click on no active RLS policy, and I'm going to create a new policy, and I'm going to say read access here for just authenticated users. So I'm going to unzoom a little bit. Here we are. So here I'm going to select the authenticated role. I'm going to put it on true. I'm going to say save policy here, and there we go. So every person authenticated on my app is able to read this email. So everybody is able to read the email because we're going to have a public page later. So what I need to do is to go here on new policy, and on the enable read access to here, I got a policy, and it's true for everybody. If I want to limit this to me or to an authenticated role, I can go here, type authenticated, and use the user ID, if I set a user ID, to auth.uid function here to say, hey, only the owner of the email can read it. Me, it's not the case. I want it to be public. Insert an email. Here, it's going to be a bit different. To insert my email, you have to be authenticated. And here we can let true. So insert for all authenticated. And here it's not a problem because for me here on this app, it's only me that is registered as a user. We disabled the sign up before. Okay, we should be good. So let's come back in here. And before we submit, we want to check the model. So we are going to console log a little bit what we have here saved locally. Okay, when we click here, we've got our email, a new email with the content and status draft. We've got here all the elements we are supposed to submit. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to write a real email. I'm going to fulfill all the elements, and we're going to try to save them as draft. However, remember, we miss another one, row level security policy. So I'm going to come back, and here actually we can see that we've got access to the schema, but I don't know the number of my campaign. So I'm going to come back here. I'm going to go here, my campaign stable, and I'm going to activate the row level security. So here, read access, it's going to be different. It's going to be for authenticated, and here it's going to be read, okay, read for authenticated owner, let's say that. And remember, when we come back here, we don't get here the user ID we are supposed to have. So basically, what we will need to do here is to set the user ID into the campaign. Remember, on the context, we return the user. So we can put the user directly inside from the app context, directly inside our code. So here I can come and actually use app context and get the user, and I can put the user ID here. So I got user ID that I should send directly. So if I do this with the spread operator, and I can put the user ID with user ID in here, we should have the user ID. So when I come back here, I'm going to click up here, and when I look at it, I got my user ID. So I can come back here and put user ID is equal to auth.uid, and we should be good. So here, this is to select my campaign. So I want to restrict the campaign for me. I'm going to click it in here. Of course, you understand that I could put for all because the application is just for me again, but it's just for you. And to insert here, we're going to say that everybody can insert for all, okay? Everybody could insert a new campaign. So I'm going to save, and we should be good. So now I'm going to write a full campaign with some content, and we're going to see if it works. Okay, so we've got the function here. We saved the campaign. I moved my toast directly inside my component. It makes more sense, actually, than to have it inside the hook. If you got problems about your toaster, remember that you have to import the toaster with which colors, and the position here, it's top right. So I've got here my application. I've got also my email and campaigns table that are empty. I'm going to try to save my first draft. So I'm going to open my console here. I'm going to click on Save Draft. So here we go. Campaign successfully saved. Let's look at it. Okay, I got one campaign with a subject null, a list ID null. I got the user ID, I got the email ID, and if I click on the email ID, I directly arrive on my email and campaign that I saved. So everything worked successfully. We were able to save this first campaign. Now that I saved this campaign with nothing, no subject, anything at all, what I would like to do is to go to campaigns and retrieve this campaign before I send it. So I'm going to work on the campaigns page and to show it directly inside here. So what I would need to do is just to fetch the campaigns, then the emails related to the campaigns. At this step of the course, I'm going to go a bit faster on making all the pages because I think this is a repetitive process. So I'm going to create all the pages, I'm going to comment the process for all of them, and we are going to focus on what really matters, which is actually the business logic of our newsletter app to send newsletters. Okay, we just created the page campaign here and we got nothing except this box, no campaign yet. And when we click on it, we got exactly the same as the dashboard. So the page campaign is really easy to understand, okay? It's just a page that is checking if there's a loading state or not, or if there are campaigns. And we use for that the hook use campaign. And we need a function called getCampaign that we're going to call, and that is going to fetch for us the campaign directly from Supabase when the component is launched, right? So remember, we've got the loading state, but we've got also this really easy functions, getCampaign, that is going to select the campaign from Supabase. Also, what we need to do is to update the RLS policy for public emails, actually, to be able to update the emails on Upsert. Okay, so we are back now on the editor, and we are going to try to save our first campaign. So here I'm going to save a new name and a subject. And for the first campaign, there we go. We're going to have a first campaign subject. I'm going to save the draft, and we've got our item that is displayed in here. The item is really a simple one that you can do by yourself with Tailwind. And when we save, we can see here that we got the same content as before, right? For the subscribers, it's exactly the same. We've got a hook use a subscriber that is doing exactly the same as the campaign. We've got a loading state, subscribers, and a function get subscribers that is fetching the subscribers. We've got also the unsubscribe to newsletter, which was in the unsubscribe page. We put it into now the use subscribers because it's the same logic. Remember, we did that before. And for the page, nothing really exceptional, exactly the same as the campaign. We get the subscribers, and we've got a subscriber item that got an onUpdate function, actually. And we got this unsubscribe to newsletter function that we call from use subscribers because we would like to remove the subscribers. So remember, we did all of that into the unsubscribe page. So we unsubscribe from newsletter the subscriber directly from here. Before we send our first campaign, we got some changes to do to our code. Actually, right now we are saving a campaign, but we don't retrieve them. We don't update our data. And at the same time, we would like to synchronize everything. So let's change. First, we're going to come back to use campaigns. And in use campaigns, we need actually to take the model out of the scope in here because we would like to reset it every time we arrive on a new campaign. So what I'm going to do here is to just take this whole model that I got in here, and I'm going to call it model, and up here I'm going to create a const model which will be equal to the object model that I have basically from here. Then when I need a model, I need to create a function, and I'm going to create a new function called start new campaign, for instance, that will help me to reset the campaign. So I will be able to use this function everywhere I want, okay? So this function is going to simply use set new campaign and set new campaign from the model. Okay, so I need to extract now this set new campaign at the bottom. Now we are able to call this reset every time we need it directly inside our new component. So what I can do is to come up here, and on use campaign, I'm going to call my start new campaign, and I would like to set a new campaign every time I arrive on the component. But remember, we are supposed to receive probably a campaign, a selected campaign. So what we want to do is to say, if there is no selected, okay, I want to start a new campaign, otherwise it will never arrive. Okay, let's come back to use campaign and let's go to save email. Remember, we use an upsert here, but this is wrong. What we are supposed to do here is to set the ID first for the upsert to work. Upsert like this doesn't work. It's going just to insert. I used upsert to tell you to not put insert by default because you don't want to insert a new email every time, okay? Probably you would like to select actually a campaign. So select an email because when we fetch the campaign, remember we fetch also the email. So we need to do a bit of changes in here in save email, and it's the same for save campaign, because if you use the code like this, it's going to create a new campaign, a new email every time, even if you try to update an existing email or an existing campaign. Okay, so what we can do is to remove everything in here and even the return false, okay? So what we want to do is to check first if there is an email ID, because remember, when we set a new email, we don't get an email ID, but when we save it, we then get an email ID. So when we get an ID, this is the proof that this ID exists on Supabase. So what we want to do is to do exactly the same, and I'm going to rewrite everything for you to understand. I will have an existing email, so here it's going to be the call to Supabase, so await Supabase. And here we write exactly the same as we wrote before. So from emails, and then I want to upsert, and this is where I'm going to change my way of doing things. It's going to be email ID. Then I want to merge the email with the spread operator. Then of course, what I would like to have in return is the email. So I'm going to select one, and it's going to be a single. And if the operation succeeds, I want to return the existing email. If there is an error, it's going to be catch. If it's going to be undefined, we will see that after in the new campaign. So then if it's not an existing email, so if there is not an ID, I should do exactly the same. So what I can do here is to just copy paste my operation, and here instead of upsert, it's going to be insert. So here I'm going to use an insert because I will be sure that it's going to be a non-existing email. So here is going to be a new email, and then there's going to be an error, and I want to return, of course, I want to return my new email. And here we should be good. So when we're going to save an email, it's not going to create duplicates. Now let's do exactly the same down here, but here you're going to see it's going to be a little bit different. So what I'm going to do right now is just to remove this in here, and I'm going to write a little bit the same. So remember, we've got the email, and then we've got the ID, and we set the email ID. And here I'm going to check if there is a campaign ID. And what I want to return at the end, and I'm going to do it right now, it's the email plus the campaign. Because in my new component, I need to set the existing email here. So let's go here. I'm going to use const data, and here it's going to be campaign saved. Let's call it like this. And we catch the error. And then we've got await Supabase, and then from campaigns, there we go. And after that, we upsert exactly like we did before. So ID is going to be campaign.id, there we go. And we merge the campaign object that we've got. So I'm going to go here, and then I select, I want it, and I return it as a single object. That's what I want a single object. So when I got the campaign saved, I want to return the campaign saved, but I also want to return the email saved, right? So there we go. If we got it, we are here. What we can do now, it's exactly the same. So I'm just going to copy paste all those lines just after my if. And what I'm going to do here is just to insert. And here it's going to be my campaign that I've got in here, and it's going to be campaign saved, also I can keep it. All of this happened only if I got my email saved. Otherwise, I return email saved in here. So here I return email saved, but actually I should return undefined, because if everything's going well, it's going to stop here. Otherwise, it's going to return undefined. So when I come back in here, if I don't get a response, I will have my error. Okay, so now that is done. Remember we had the on close. When we save the draft, we don't want to close, of course. But now what I can do is to deconstruct my response. And remember, we are supposed to have what? We are supposed to have our campaign saved and our email saved. Okay? At this step, we are supposed to get both. So now what I can do is to set my new campaign really easily, or set my email by email saved. So we set both of the elements. Let's try. Okay, I'm back on my app. I click on new campaign. I'm going to add a new campaign 1. Let's say it's going to be test 1, and I'm going to click on save draft. So it's going to be saved successfully. It doesn't close the window. I check on Supabase, I got a new campaign 1. If I go to my email, it's going to be a new email with test 1. Now I'm getting back. I'm going to put 2 here and 2 on the email. So 2 on the campaign and 2 on the email, just to test. I'm going to save. And if everything worked, we've got our email that has been updated. And we've got our campaign here that has been updated also. Okay, so here, this is the ultimate test. Can we send email with our campaign and our email tables? So if I come back here and I click on edit, we can see that I got my campaign. And remember, there is this list. So I'm not going to work on the list yet, probably in a future course. But what I would like to have here as an option is all. Come back to my subscribers. I got here a list of subscribers, and I would like that when I select all, actually here, I would like to send my email to everybody from the table subscribers. So I'm going to get back to my code editor, and here, down here, when I got my list, which is here, so I got all my options, I can put a new option, and I can put here, for instance, to all subscribers. Okay, so I can save that. And when I come back, I got my option to all subscribers. However, remember here, it's going to end actually in my list ID. And that's probably a problem, because I don't want to save the list ID in here, because on my application right now, it's closed. I don't have any list system. Probably I will do it later, as I said, but now I want to send to all my subscribers. Later, when I will get a list, I will be able to select all the members of the list and send them. So now I need to find a way to send here to all subscribers my newsletter. Well, it's not really complicated. I'm just going to comment this and let it for you if you want to turn this app into a public app. And on my function, I'm going just to fetch all my subscribers and send to all my subscribers immediately. Right now on my use campaign, I got all my functions that I'm using right now. And down on the bottom, I'm going to create a new function with Supabase, there we go, which will be send campaign. And this send campaign is going to take an argument, which is the campaign. And here I will have the campaign. And also, probably it's an option, but it will receive an email. However, when we've got the campaign here, we fetch the email. Look at this here. I got my email ID and I got the content that I can inject into my email. So with both solutions, it will work. Okay, so I got my function in here with my campaign and my email. And there are several operations that we are going to do here. Let's decompose the steps. One, we get the subscribers, okay, from Supabase. That's the first thing. The second thing, we need to create an endpoint to send email via resend. Okay, so this will be the endpoint where we are going to send the campaign, the subscriber, the email, and our template will be receiving this and send everything. Remember, we've got this route here, this API route to unsubscribe, sorry. So we call Supabase, and there's all the operation, etc., etc. We are going to do exactly the same. Okay, 3. When we've got, if it's a success, actually, if it's a success, we update the status of the campaign and we disable the button send, or probably we put it into gray and we click on it or something else. This is really important. So the send campaign process, it's a huge process, right? We need to check if there's really a content, if there's really a list of subscribers, etc., etc. So I think the first thing we would need to do here is to send everything to our endpoint. So remember, we've got this unsubscribe endpoint. So when I go to unsubscribe, I got a function here, which is actually unsubscribe to newsletter. And unsubscribe to newsletter is calling our API. So what we can do here is just copy pasting this here, this function, and we're going to do everything on API side. So here I'm going to put set loading on true, of course, and we're going to have set loading on false. And then we're going to call this endpoint that doesn't exist yet. So I will have an endpoint campaign/send, and I will send the campaign and the email. This is the first way to do it. Otherwise, what we can do is to send the campaign ID and the email ID and fetch everything on the API side. But here, this is the basic stuff that we're going to do. If we get a response, we return the response. Otherwise, we return undefined. So we've got send campaign, and we are going to export it right away. Let's write now the endpoint campaigns/send. So I'm going to create a new folder called campaigns, and inside campaigns, another new folder called send. And here I'm going to put a root.ts. And if I do that, it's because in the future, I will probably have more endpoints. Okay, at this point, I'm going to replicate what I did on my YouTube channel. I created a whole course on resend that you can check. And I created endpoints that you can grab directly from my GitHub account. And we are going to replicate the whole thing. So first, we are going to create an endpoint, which will be post. And there will be a next request. And we are going to grab first the body. Okay, so remember on the body we've got the campaign and we've got the email. So here I can deconstruct, I got campaign and I got email, which is equal to body. So if there is no campaign or there is no email, I can return a next response here. And here I can return a JSON, which would be an error. And here we're going to have missing campaign or email. There we go. That's the first thing. So we got the campaign, we've got the email. Now we would like to send actually through resend our email. So remember, we also need to get the subscribers. So if you want to send the subscribers, you got to put them here, of course. Me, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to fetch them. So I will first call Supabase, okay, is equal to await, and here I'm going to have Supabase. And here Supabase is undefined. I need to call Supabase directly from my library. From here, and I got to get the subscribers. And then I got to select all of them, okay? So if there is data, and actually we can call data what? Subscribers immediately. What I can do immediately is to just have subscribers map, because remember, we are going to have a list of subscribers and we can look at them. If I go to my list, I want to map and get only the email. So what I can do here is to put map, okay, and here I'm going to have subscribers is equal subscribers, but actually it's going to be email, and I just want to get as a return the email. So we've got our subscriber mapped that are going to be the list I'm going to loop through. So after that, I'm going to create a promises here that is subscriber mapped, and I'm going to map. So for every email, for every subscriber on subscriber map, what I want to do is to return, I'm going to return a recent call. And if we come back to subscribe, we see here that we got recent, but we didn't export it. It's probably the time. I go to my library, I create a new recent.ts, and in this recent.ts, I'm going to use actually recent here. So we can look here that we've got recent. Now if I type recent, we can see that I can import it from my library, and same inside here. So I can turn recent, that is going to become from my library, and I'm going to type emails.send, and this is where it's interesting because I got my whole campaign, and remember in campaign we've got from, subject, everything we need to send an email. So I can type from, and I'm going to call campaign.from, or I could deconstruct it, but here is to, it's for the challenge, right? So to, and then we've got campaign 2, and if you follow well, it's wrong. I should not do that. What I should do is to have to what? Subscriber mapped, exactly. Then the subject is going to be campaign.subject, and after that, we've got the key React to call our template. Let's come back to our email. And when I go down here to my emails, I got this template here, which is different, a little bit like the unsubscribe. The difference is that if we go down here, remember, we've got dangerously set HTML. So we are going to inject the content coming from the email. So I'm going to get back. I'm going to type template here. I'm going to call my template. And let's look at it. It's an object, and we need the content. And content will be what? Email.content. However, here we see that we've got a problem. Email already exists up here. So here, instead of email, what we want to do more clear about what we'll receive, we can put email data. So I can use email data here, up here, and here I'm going to have email data.content. Or here I can put an array to don't get my error, and we should be good. So we've got down here the response. And what we can do is to return here next response.json, and here I'm going to add a status 200, whatever's going to happen. And I can return the responses. Actually, we're going to put responses. It will be better. So we've got everything. However, here it's not inside a try catch. So what I would like to do is to wrap all of this inside a try catch to be sure that finally it would work, right? So I got my try catch, and here I'm going to implement this. There we go. Otherwise, we're going to return here a next response error, and we're going to put a status of 400. Let's put 400. There we go. Actually, it's not 400. It's supposed to be another code, but we should be good. So what I propose you to do is to test first. I'm going to just comment here the response, and I want to return the subscribers mapped. I'm going to come back, and on my use campaign, I got my send campaign function, and I'm going to bind the send campaign to the button send that we've got up here. So I'm going to call this send campaign, and remember we need to pass 2 arguments, and here we are going to have the new campaign, and we are going to have the email, so we should be good. So I got everything. I got my subscriber mapped. I can also console log my campaign or my email data here. Remember, we changed the name to be sure. So I'm going to try, but remember, you need to set up the RLS policy. So here, what I need to do is to create a new RLS policy, and me, in my case, here, it's just going to be me that will get access to the application. So I stay on unauthenticated, true. But you will have to work on, hey, you need to fetch the subscribers that are only owned by their user. So I'm going to click here on review, save policy. However, be safe. Don't call the client component client from Supabase. Call your admin client or call your server client. So here I'm going to come back, and instead of Supabase, actually it's going to be Supabase admin. Okay, so now I'm ready. I can do my test. so I can uncomment. I click on new campaign, then I click on send, and look at this. I got my emails that are here. And if I come back, here I got the subscribers, I got the new email, and I got the campaign up here. So just after that, I can call my function that I had before, and actually the other function needs an email, so we can definitely not use the same, but here it's okay, I'm going to repeat it. I can call my campaign, all right, and I can just do an operation. And there I'm going to add the ID. And what I want to do here instead is just to update the status. And let's come back to our types. And remember, we used to have status that we wrote before. It should be good. We remove the error because we don't need the error for now. And now we've got the status and we are going to update this. Be safe here, I made a mistake. I forgot to put the email, which is a string, and I would like to send to every email that I got on my list here, okay? So here I got email, I could put an E like this, and actually I could put the to directly. Back in new, we can go down and instead of sending the campaign directly from here, I want to have a specific function. So here I'm going to create this new function that will be called send new campaign. So I need to come back in here. I'm going to close everything and get here. I'm going to call this function. So here I'm just going to use my snippet again. And instead of Supabase, I'm going to have a response. And here is going to be a wait of what? Of send campaign with my email. So here I can put an any for my error. And if there is a response, what I want to do is to return a toast success campaign successfully sent. And here we are, we can do this. Otherwise, here, if there is not a response, I'm going to put, or if there is a response that is empty, but it's not going to happen, I could put my toast error. There will be here on the response a status, okay? So what I need to do instead is to put here if status is equal to 200, it's going to be the return toast here. So it's const response status. Otherwise, it's going to be an error. So in my case, that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to go down and put error campaign, let's write a message, campaign failed to be sent. There we go. And I'm going to save this. So here, instead of Supabase function, remember, I got send new campaign, and we should be good. So we got our function that is going to set loading and set loading on false, even if we do it on our campaign up here. So I can save that, and now I can try to send my campaign. Okay, let's go. Let's put a subject. Let's put custom subject here. We've got our new campaign here to all subscribers. We got our content. Let's try now to send the campaign. And there we go. We've got the campaign successfully sent. When I go to my Gmail, I got my email here. My newsletter arrived, and I have newsletter here at Code with Guillaume. I should change that. I can do it. And when I click on it, I got the newsletter received. And if I go to Samantha at Yopmail, we can see that I got also the email received on her mailbox. Now let's come back to our campaign item. And remember, we've got the same button down here. So this send new campaign, actually, we could extract it and put it directly inside our item in here. So I'm going to put my item there. So I need to use, of course, everything that is missing. I got my function send new campaign, that is sending the campaign and the campaign email. So I can go down, and inside in here, I can put my to loading state. So here, my loading state. And on click here, I would need to do what? I would need to call send new campaign. However, remember, we've got this on click here. So I'm going to grab this on click and just put it on every other element, and especially the edit. So I will be able to click on send. Okay, so we are here. Let's send again the second campaign. So I click on send, and I got campaign successfully sent. And back on Gmail, I got again the same email that has been resent. Finally, let's finish on resend. We got a lot of emails that have been bounced, some have been delivered. And if I look at the email, we can see that I got all the emails that have been sent to every person directly on resend. I can see that. I got all the data and it successfully worked, okay? So there's a lot of fake emails that I use, so this is why I got a lot of red and different status, but it definitely worked. We succeed to send email from our tool that we created that is a bit light for the moment, I agree, but it got all the functionalities that you need to start doing email. Now, what we need to do is to fetch the number of campaigns, the number of subscribers, email sent, list, etc., etc. We can improve this first tool to do something great in a future video. This is the end of this first part. If you want to get the second part published on my channel, please let a comment down below. Thank you very much and see you next time.